we will now proceed. The question before the House is that the Appropriation Bill be read a first time. Voting will now commence. The doors to the chamber will be locked until voting is concluded. Whips, could you confirm the number of your members present in the chamber and indicate if they vote for or against the question? Are party whips ready to record the votes of the members who are present? The ANC.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. The ANC confirms the support of the vote with 144 members in the House.
The DA.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The DA with 76 members votes in favour.
The MK.
Thank you, Chair. The MK party with 51 members in the House vote against the report. Thank you.
The EFF.
Thank you, Chair. We are 36 in the House and we are voting against.
IFP.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The IFP with 12 members, we vote in favour.
The PA.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Patriotic Alliance with 9 members voting in favour.
Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Freedom Front Plus with 5 members voting in favour.
Action SA.
Thank you and good morning, Deputy Speaker. We have 1 absent, 5 present. We constructively vote in favour.
ACDP.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The ACDP has 2 in the House voting in favour.
UDM.
UDM 2 in the House voting in favour.
RISE.
RISE 2 members, we all vote in favour.
BOSA.
Build One South Africa with 2 members in the House votes in support.
ATM.
ATM with 1 vote against.
Al-Jamaa. Al-Jamaa.
Al-Jamaa has 2 in the House. We vote in favour.
NCC.
NCC with 1 seat today votes against.
PAC.
PAC 1 and vote in favour.
UAT.
UAT with 1 vote against.
Good.
1 vote in favour. Thank you.
Is there any member who wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? Honourable Member.
Deputy Speaker, the House must not be misled. There's only 1 member of Al-Jamaa in the House.
We will confirm that. Thank you very much, Honourable Zungula. Honourable members, anyone who wants to abstain or vote differently to their party? I don't see anyone. Thank you. The voting is now closed. Honourable Deputy Minister Hendricks, could you confirm whether your other member is in the House or not? Order, honourable members, we would like to hear the answer. Honourable Deputy Minister.
My apologies, House Chair. He may be stuck in the toilet.
Thank you, Honourable Member. We will now amend that vote accordingly. Honourable members, the voting is now closed.
Speaker, we're going to refer. We want you to put it on record that minister, Deputy Minister, the liar, must be referred to ethics.
Honourable,
because he lied in Parliament.
Honourable.
So please, we want to see this matter being processed.
You are now,
thank you.
Honourable Dlamini, you are now in breach of the rules. You cannot accuse the Minister now of lying before it has been determined, so could you please withdraw that?
No, but he said it himself.
But it's him who said that he lied.
He said
He said 2 and then now he said 1. That's a lie.
Honourable member, he could have been under the impression that there are 2. Honourable members. Honourable members, honourable members, order. Order. Honourable members, we were asked to confirm whether there are 2 members, which we did. And honourable members, that includes Honourable Malema, Honourable Skosana, everyone now rising on a point of order. Please bring a substantive motion to the House and then we can deal with it properly. I'm not going to rule on that now, and that matter is now closed. Voting is closed. Results are as follows. Ayes 262, no 19, no abstentions, and therefore the Secretary will now read the bill for the first time.
Appropriation Bill.
The Secretary will now read the third order.
Consideration of votes and schedule. Appropriation Bill.
Honourable members, I wish to thank parties for advising the staff on which votes they will make declarations, on which they will record their objections, and on which they intend dividing. This information will greatly assist the process today. I will put each vote and ask parties for declarations of vote as they have indicated. Members may make declarations of vote from the floor microphones or the podium. After this, I will put the vote for decision. Honourable members are reminded, and Honourable Chief Whips, this is important, that in terms of Rule 108 sub 5, a global time for declarations of vote has been agreed upon, and parties will be allowed to make declarations as per the agreed time allocation. Once a party has exhausted its allotted time, it will no longer be recognised to make further declarations. For divisions, the bells will be rung for 5 minutes and thereafter for 15 seconds, as the presiding officer may direct. For the first division, after the break, the bells will be rung again for 5 minutes and thereafter 15 seconds for further divisions. Having said the above, honourable members, I now put vote number 1, the presidency. Declarations have been requested and I call upon the PA. Honourable members, could I also request that in terms of time, because you can either make your declaration from the podium or from your seat, that if you do intend making a declaration from the podium, that you be here in time, otherwise we will sit here forever. So please make your way to the front in time. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. The Honourable Deputy President, Chief Whip, all Ministers, Deputy Ministers, fellow colleagues, and fellow South Africans, good day to you. We stand here today at a very important moment in the interest of our fellow South Africans, with the responsibility of what is going to happen right in front of us, on our shoulders, and our responsibility to ensure that we take South Africa forward. I just want to pause for a moment and reflect on the President, the Honourable Excellency Ramaphosa, for applying his prerogative in changes that he made to boost confidence in our fellow South Africans. It is important for me to state this because there is a narrative out there that only one party has played a role in decisions taken when in fact it's the prerogative of the President himself and nobody else. I want to thank our Chairperson.
Order, honourable members, order.
Thank you, Speaker. I said this purely because there's been lies peddled around by the Democratic Alliance claiming that they have influenced decisions taken when we know it's a prerogative of the President. I wanted our fellow Africans to know the truth. We need to invest in the future of South Africa by investing in our children and our youth. And to invest in the future, by investing in our children, we must support all departmental votes that's before us today. Why must we support all these votes? Simply because the appetite to turn things around in South Africa does not rely on one department only, but it cuts across all different departments as a whole, and therefore it is critically important that we shall not leave one departmental vote not to be supported. Allow me to use my area where I come from as an example, and understanding that many other areas across South Africa are also subjected to the same challenges. Being from Galvandale and Nelson Mandela Bay, I want to use these examples. Responsible parents are reluctant to allow their children to play in the streets. What happened to the years gone by? Gone are the days of kids playing in the streets purely because these kids, because of responsible
Deputy Speaker, point of order.
You've not been recognized, so it's cool. These kids we find are glued to the screens.
Honourable Daniels, I have now noticed him. Honourable Reddy, what is your point of order?
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I rise in terms of Rule 68. The Honourable Member is irrelevant. I don't know what he's talking about. Total nonsensical. I really don't know what he's talking about
Honourable
TA
Reddy.
and PA and MA.
Honourable Reddy.
Please ask him to focus on the
Honourable
budget
Reddy.
or go to school. Thank you.
The question of whether it is relevant or not is for the presiding officer to decide. Honourable Reddy, your point is not sustained, and Honourable Daniels, please proceed. Honourable members, while we are busy with the time here, Honourable Daniels, if you can just give me a second. There will not be a timer in front of you to show you how long you have been speaking. You have to judge that by yourselves, so I don't have an indication here of whether you've used your party's time all the time. Honourable Lonzi, I will come to you now. I'm still busy speaking. So, Honourable Daniels, just take your seat for a moment. Honourable Lonzi, what is your point of order?
No, thank you, Deputy Speaker. We just wanted to check if the member on the podium was not with Kenny Kunene when the police were pouncing on him.
Honourable Lonzi, that is not a point of order. Honourable Daniels, please proceed.
Yeah, it's amazing, eh? It's genuinely amazing to find those going against building the country making the most noise. As I was saying, Honourable Deputy Speaker, we find responsible parents not wanting kids to play in the streets. And this is very serious because they are now rather confined being indoors.
Point of order.
To the screens because it's much safer inside.
Honourable Daniels, please take
Now-
your seat. Honourable Reddy, what is your point of order?
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Will the member please answer whether he went to school or past the school?
Honourable-
I think he went past the school.
Honourable
I'm
Reddy.
not understanding anything.
Honourable
still.
Reddy, you are now making yourself guilty of frivolous points of order, and I am going to rule you out of order. Honourable Daniels, please proceed.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, we will connect the dots. You see, some of us don't live in these areas where we are subjected to these type of things. And therefore, they will not appreciate what we are subjected to. And I'm speaking to fellow South Africans in the main who come from the areas where I come from. Now, why is it that we have responsible parents being fearful of having kids out in the street? And I'll give you 2 examples. There's a 16-month-old toddler in Motherwell in Nelson Mandela Bay. And a 12-year-old, the child of that child is Lutlelunje Mdingi. And a 12-year-old boy, Jaden Mitchell from Galvindale. Both of them were caught by stray bullets in the streets. Our communities, the freedom of movement has been taken away from them because of gangsterism in our area. There we've just had Ebenezer Williams kidnapped in the northern areas of Nelson Mandela Bay, and she's still missing three weeks today. Held ransom because they want millions of rands for her safe return. Now, to combat the scourge of this human decay, and to root out cops in cahoots with gangs, wardens in cahoots with inmates, instructions from inside prisons to encourage crime in peace-seeking communities, all departmental votes must be supported. In conclusion, fellow South Africans, I'm speaking to you in particularly. Is it not alarming to see thousands of kids in the streets during school hours? These kids end up being recruited by gangs. A child in sport keeping a child out of court must be supported by having schools resourced with sporting infrastructure such as combi courts and outdoor gyms. And thankfully there is this memorandum of understanding between the DBE and DSAC where funds is needed for school fences to create safe havens, and this will make it attractive for these kids on the streets to go to schools, beating the alternative. Such initiatives cuts across DSAC, Public Works, DBE, social development, safety, etc. Therefore, it is critical to support all departmental votes if you believe that investing in our children is the correct way to build a prosperous South Africa for all. The Patriotic Alliance will not stand back on Zbaizani. We will definitely support every vote before us here today. I thank you.
Rise Mzansi.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. We will not be declaring. We will support the vote.
Bosa.
Speaker, as I rise to declare on this budget vote, I think it's important to note the fact that South Africa chairs the presidency of the G20 this year. Whilst vote 1 is not sufficient, it is indeed strategic. And therefore it's going to be important as honourable members that the assessment of the G20 presidency can't just be the efficacy of how many meetings we've held, but indeed to make sure that we drive investment to South Africa as predecessor presidents have done. The second issue I want to raise in this regard is that as the President exercises prerogative, the President has power to not only institute a commission of inquiry, but the President has power to issue an SIU proclamation. And I would like to request that as honourable members, we declare a proclamation on the allegations that have been placed by General Mkhwanazi so that we don't just wait for the Commission's report,
but prosecutions of those who were involved in corruption and wrongdoing are dealt with. And I think this would add more to the budget as we go forward. And therefore, as Build One South Africa, we stand on behalf of the people saying, the presidency does not arrest, but prosecutions will lead people to prison. Let's act now. We support the budget vote. Ke a leboga.
Al-Jamar.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, when President Ramaphosa took office for the first time, what captured my imagination is that he advocated for a warm plate of food for all. Government provides a social grant when the child is born until 18 years if the parents, there's no income. Those not going to university or college, they get the SRD grant, the previous COVID grant, until 60 years. We know after 60 there are also older persons grants. So I fail to understand why honourable members say many go to bed hungry at night. South Africa has zero hunger if social grants are used to buy food. So I cannot understand why these allegations are being made, and we must commend Cyril Ramaphosa for achieving his objective. The historic and brave decision by His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa to assert international law by taking Israel to the ICJ.
Honourable Deputy Minister, please pause for a moment. Honourable Skosana, your point of order.
Is the Honourable Deputy Minister prepared to take a question?
No, I don't want to take a question.
Honourable members, we, in terms of convention, do not take questions on a declaration, only on speeches within a debate. So, Deputy Minister, please proceed.
Thank you for teaching them, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the historic and brave decision by His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa to assert international law by taking Israel to the ICJ must be applauded. As you know, the Pope calls these people barbaric. Honourable Speaker, what His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa has done to go to the ICJ must be brought once again to honourable members' attention. Such is our moral standing in the humanitarian parts of the world today that at a historic human rights conference last month, a senior South African advocate invited as a panelist speaker was chosen by the best minds and thought leaders in the world to read out the first text of the historic declaration, which I call the Ramaphosa Human Rights Declaration. A small but powerful step toward asserting values beyond those of colonizers and victors. For too long, the human rights discourse has reflected the interests of the powerful. His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa has started a global tsunami to restore the integrity of international law and accountability. It is a call to reclaim human rights from hypocrisy and build a new, fairer world with the highest ethics at the core. While it still has some value, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, drawn up by the Allied victors of World War II, is said to be thrown into waste paper basket. We have seen
Honourable members, could I just determine where that alarm is coming from? Honourable members, the time is determined by the table, so no alarms, thank you. Honourable Deputy Minister, have you done? Because you are almost using all your time for Al-Jamar.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. The bell has rung.
Thank you. Honourable members, could I also please caution members to monitor your time and specifically the chief whips, because at the end there will be no time left. NCC.
The NCC has no declaration to make. We are against this budget. Thank you.
The ANC.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think the first thing I want to say is that the ANC fully support the budget on the President's, because we are of the view that this is an important instrument for the President in his capacity as the head of the executive and the head of state, working together with his Deputy President. So we support this budget, and we are also of the view that this budget is equally going to help the President to effectively implement both the ANC elections manifesto and the statement of intent adopted by the Government of National Unity in a way that helps us to improve the conditions of the people of South Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Those are all the declarations. I will now put the vote again. Are there any objections? Honourable Makubele.
Thank you, Chair. Vote 1 only helps the President but not the nation. We object to it and we call for division.
A division having been called, as I stated earlier, the bells will be rung for 5 minutes.
The House Chairperson.
Thank you. Please be seated. Honourable members, we shall now resume with the consideration of votes and the schedule to the Appropriation Bill. I now put vote number 2, Parliament. Declarations of vote have been requested. I call upon the NCC.
Thank you, Chair. We have no declaration. We vote against.
Honourable members, I put the vote again. Are there any objections?
Yes.
The MK?
Thank you, Chair. Please note the objection of the MK.
We note the objection of the MK. The EFF?
Please note the objection of the EFF, and we are calling for a division.
Thank you. A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 5 minutes. Order, honourable members. Honourable members, please take careful note of this first portion without preempting anything. If we are to have further divisions, the whole explanation around divisions won't be read out every time. Honourable members, the Speaker has determined that in accordance with the rules, a manual voting procedure will be used for this division. Firstly, in order to establish a quorum, the table staff is requested to confirm whether enough members is physically present. Party whips will be given an opportunity to confirm the number of their members present and indicate when called upon if they vote for or against the question. A member who wishes to abstain or vote against their party line may do so by informing the chair. Having confirmed that the requisite quorum of members is maintained, the question before the House is whether vote number 2, Parliament, must be agreed to or not. Voting will commence. The doors to the chamber will remain locked until voting is concluded. Whips must please now confirm the number of their members present and indicate if they vote for or against. The table staff can assist if necessary. Are party whips ready to record the votes of their members who are present? The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. The ANC support the vote with 151 members in the House.
The DA.
Thank you, House Chair. The DA with 75 members votes in favour.
MK.
Thank you, House Chair. MK Party with 51 members voting against. Thank you.
Thank you. The EFF.
Thank you. EFF with 36 in the House voting against.
IFP.
IFP with 12, we vote in favour.
The PA.
PA with 9 members voting in favour. Thank you.
FF Plus.
6 in favour.
Action SA.
5 against.
ACDP.
The ACDP has 2 votes voting in favour.
UDM.
2 voting in favour.
RISE.
RISE, 2 members voting in support.
BOSA.
BOSA with 1 member with vote in support.
ATM.
1 against.
Al-Jamaa.
Al-Jamaa, 2 members voting in support.
The NCC.
1 member voting against.
The PAC.
1 in favour.
The UAT.
1 against.
Good.
1 in favour. Thank you.
Is there any member that wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? Thank you. The voting session is now closed. The result of the division is as follows. The ayes 264, the noes 95, abstentions 0. Vote 2, Parliament is therefore agreed to. I now put vote number 3, cooperative governance. Declarations of vote has been requested. I call upon the DA.
Thank you, House Chair. Without quality infrastructure, there is no service delivery. And without service delivery, there can be no growth. And where there is no growth, there are no jobs to give dignity to millions of South Africans. South Africans live daily with no water in their taps, sewage-ridden streets, too many potholes to count, and power failures that last for days. This is not sustainable or fair. And I'd like to add, Honourable Daniels, that the PA governs Nelson Mandela Bay, where they have neglected crime in the northern areas. This 410 billion rand budget must fix this. Water systems, electricity grids, waste management and roads. Every cent must be used to ensure that these basic services are restored and delivered. We need fit-for-purpose, skilled staff, strong oversight and consequence management, zero tolerance for corruption, and political will. Well-run municipalities are the heartbeat of economic growth and job creation. The DA will fight to ensure that every rand delivers results, dignity, and opportunity for our communities. The DA support this budget because South Africa cannot afford failure.
Honourable Member, just hold on. Honourable Daniels, why do you want to be recognised?
Thank you, House Chair. I would like to be recognized because the speaker over there is misleading the House. The Patriotic Alliance...
Honourable Daniels, that's not an intervention in terms of the rules.
We're not in coalition.
You either can rise on a point of order or on a point of privilege, but not to disagree with somebody making a declaration. Thank you. Next declaration belongs to Bosa.
Honourable House Chairperson, we support this budget and we want to emphasize the fact that it is going to be crucial that the white paper on local government adjusts what the allocation to local budget is within the fiscal envelope. Therefore, it's going to be critical that we amend that law and for the next budget process increase the allocation done to local government. I thank you.
Thank you. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The African National Congress support the budget. We believe that the budget will improve support for municipalities to ensure that they function optimally to deliver on the core function, which is service delivery, local economic development, and building local economies and building local communities. We are concerned also about the issues of dysfunctionality, inadequacies in service delivery, and some of the poor outcomes that have come from the Auditor General's report. As a result, the Portfolio Committee will be doing an aggressive program of joint oversight visit with SCOPA, Standing Committee on Auditor General, starting with the Free State tomorrow. We have to make sure that there's accountability, consequence management, as well as the turnaround of these municipalities. The ANC support the budget on traditional affairs. We see this budget as a huge step towards supporting traditional leadership and addressing the long outstanding issues on the Khoi and the San community and finding ways to ensure that traditional leaders work closely with the government to improve the lives of our people. The African National Congress supports the votes. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Members. I put the vote again. Are there any objections? MK?
Thank you, House Chair. MK objects and calls for division. Thank you.
Division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds.
You are a division yourself.
You're not recognized, Chief. You're not recognized.
Thank you, Honourable Members. We will firstly confirm whether the requisite quorum is still present. It is confirmed. The question before the House is whether to agree to vote number 3, cooperative governance. Are party whips ready to record the votes of their members? The ANC?
ANC with 151 support the vote.
The DA?
The DA with 74 members supports.
MKP?
MKP with 52 members, we vote against.
EFF?
EFF with 36 in the House, we are voting against.
IFP?
IFP support with 12.
The PA?
PA in favor with 9 members. Thank you.
The FF Plus?
6 in support.
Action SA?
5 members and we support.
ACDP?
2 members and ACDP supports.
The UDM?
2 members, the UDM supports.
RISE?
Rise 2 members, also declaring 1 member for PAC and 1 member for good. Thanks. I'm there.
No, Honorable Ghana, please assist.
Two members rise, 1 PAC, 1 good in support.
No, Honorable Ghana, how do the RISE members vote?
Rise 2 members, they vote. 1
Thank you.
PAC, 1
Thank you.
good vote.
Bosa,
Bosa with 1 member we support.
ATM,
1 against.
Al-Jamaa,
2 members Al-Jamaa in support.
the NCC,
1 member against.
the PAC,
1 in favor.
the UAT,
1 against.
good.
One in support. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any members who wishes to abstain or vote different to their party? The voting session is now closed. Honourable Member, why do you want to be recognised? Please be mindful that while a division is being dealt with, we can only deal with points of order pertinent to the division.
Yes, Chair, whilst we were busy with the vote, there were 3 very disruptive members at the back there from the ANC MPs who were busy with their own discussions when we were busy with the vote.
No, thank you. I'm sure they have party whips who will look after them, but you can apply there next time for membership and party whippery.
Order, Chair.
Honourable Malema, why do you want to be recognized?
No, don't be sarcastic. During voting, members, the doors are closed, members are seated down. It's raising a matter of principle. You make mockery of this process, and you're supposed to protect the integrity of this process. You think we are joking? You say to us, close doors, all members must take their seats because it's during voting.
Yes.
People are having a Stockfell discussion there. You say people must apply to join the Stockfell.
Okay, thank you. All whips must please attend to the discipline of their members.
And you must withdraw that statement.
Honourable members, the result of the division is as follows. The ayes 268, the noes 91, no abstentions. Vote 3, cooperative governance, is accordingly agreed to. I now put vote number 4, government communication and information systems. Declarations of vote has not been requested. I will now ask whether there is any objections to the adoption. The MK.
Thank you, House Chair. Please note our objection.
The EFF.
EFF is voting against and we are calling for a division.
Thank you. Division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds.
Just repeat it, Chair.
Okay. EFF is objecting and we are calling for a division.
Order, honourable members. Can we firstly confirm whether the requisite number is still maintained for a quorum? Thank you. That has been confirmed. Voting will now commence. The doors will remain locked and members must please be in their seats. I will now call on party whips to confirm their numbers and their vote. The ANC.
ANC 151 in support.
The DA.
The DA with 75 members support.
The MKP.
MKP with 52 members against.
The EFF.
EFF with 36 voting against.
The IFP.
IFP with 12 we support.
The PA.
PA with 9 voting in favor.
The FF Plus.
6 in support.
Action SA.
Action SA has 5 and we support.
The ACDP.
The ACDP has 2. We support.
The UDM.
UDM 2 in support.
RISE.
Rise 2 in support.
BOSA.
BOSA with 2 is in support.
The ATM.
1 against.
Al-Jamar.
Al-Jamar, 2 members in support.
The NCC.
1 member against.
The PAC.
1 in support.
The UAT.
1 against.
Good.
1 in support. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any member who wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? Thank you. The voting session is now closed. Honourable members, the result of the division is as follows. The ayes 270, the noes 91, abstentions 0. Vote for Government Communication and Information Systems is accordingly agreed to. I now put vote number 5, Home Affairs. Declarations of vote have been requested. I firstly call upon the DA.
House Chair, in just 1 year, Home Affairs has begun to use digital transformation to deliver dignity for all. Tackling systems offline issues has seen a record 3.6 million smart ID applications, with ID services soon expanding to 1,000 bank branches in urban and rural areas, along with home delivery and banking app integration to an estimated 20 million South Africans. A top priority must be to grow the economy and create jobs. And the trusted tour operator, electronic travel authorization, and pioneering new visa regimes are already creating jobs, especially in the tourism sector. To quote the national chairperson of FEDASA, it is refreshing to witness a minister who so clearly understands how outdated visa regime has been costing South Africa dearly. The screen entertainment, meetings, events, exhibitions, and tourism visa categories are not just policy reforms, they are powerful economic enablers that signal to the world that South Africa is truly open for business. But we are not just open for anybody. Under the leadership of Minister Schreiber, more than double the number of undocumented migrants were intercepted during the festive season. The DA delivers, and the DA supports this budget.
Action SA.
Thank you, House Chair and honourable members. Minister Schreiber, an inadequate budget poses a risk, a national risk, and nowhere is that risk more visible than at our borders. The BMA is the front line of our sovereignty, and right now it is undercapacitated, underfunded, and overwhelmed. Action SA conditionally supports this budget because it's important, but without real investment in enforcement, drones, scanners, boots, and intelligence, we will continue to suffer the consequences of a porous, unprotected border. You cannot romance a stone, Mr. Minister. You cannot expect results while refusing to build the tools needed to secure this nation. The DA may speak so proudly about good governance under Minister Schreiber, as they always say, but the IEC has revealed a dangerous truth. There is no lifestyle audits, no vetting of senior Home Affairs officials. That is not governance, that is neglect. So, Minister Schreiber, we will hold you to your commitment to deliver on reforms. But if this budget fails to follow to show visible results by next year, Action SA will be the first to reject it. We are not here to romance stones. We are here to secure South Africa. Action SA conditionally supports this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Al-Jamar.
Thank you, House Chair.
Order, honourable members.
House Chair, when Al-Jamaa speaks, the bells ring. That is the Al-Jamaa effect. Like I said, the bell is rung for those voting against every budget in this House that will keep us here until Fajr time, maybe Tahajjud. You heard it when I spoke in favor of vote 1 and the Ramaphosa Declaration of Human Rights, which has sparked the tsunami effect after South Africa went to the ICJ. The bell did not prevent vote 1 from being approved. House Chair, I saw written agreements that the ANC will support Western Sahara get self-determination and their freedom. How can Arabs occupy an African country? Morocco gave apartheid South Africa 100 tanks to destroy the infrastructure of countries like Zambia, Kenya, that gave refuge to resistance fighters from South Africa. The Polisario Front came to our rescue and captured 60 of these tanks, destroyed the other 40. The Polisario Front gave the tanks to the ANC. I rest my case. The bell is rung for the official opposition.
Deputy Minister, please just pause for a moment. I have a point of order.
What he called sellouts.
Honourable
I hope no
Malema.
ringing of bells will come from the fighters. Al-Jamaa supports vote 5.
Honourable Deputy Minister, please hold on for a moment. Honourable Malema.
I think he's reading a wrong speech. That is for international relations.
Yeah. Thank
Which
you.
is number 6, not where we are now.
Thank you, Honourable Malema. We'll leave it up to the discretion of the Speaker to use their time. Deputy Minister, please continue.
Thank you. Tell him, Deputy Speaker, Al-Jamaa supports this vote.
The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. The ANC supports the budget vote 5 of Home Affairs and its entities, BMA, IEC, and Government Printing Works. We support the budget because, as alluded by Deputy Minister Masondo, to continue the modernization program, to enhance services to the people, to roll out Home Affairs services to our people, especially in township and rural areas. We support the budget vote because it makes additional allocation to the IEC in preparation for 2026 local government elections. We support the budget because, as it provides allocation to BMA, we further reiterate that the recommendation that the BMA and National Treasury should continue with the engagement for possible additional funds allocation to the BMA to enable it to execute its mandate on the controlled borders. We'll continue to play our oversight role to ensure that Department of Home Affairs and its entities implement priorities outlined in the strategic and annual performance plan. Thank you.
Thank you. I put the vote again. Are there any objections? MKP?
We object and call for division.
Thank you. Division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Order, honourable members. Can the table firstly confirm that the requisite quorum is maintained? Thank you. That's confirmed. The question before the House is whether to agree to vote 5 Home Affairs. Voting will now commence. The doors will remain locked. Members must be seated. Party whips, please confirm. The ANC.
Thank you. ANC still 151 in support.
The DA.
The DA with 74 in support.
The MKP.
MK with 52 members voting against.
The EFF.
EFF, 36 in the House voting against.
The IFP.
The IFP with 12 we support.
The PA.
The PA with 9, we support.
The FF Plus.
6 in support.
Action SA.
5 in support.
The ACDP.
The ACDP has 2 members voting in support.
The UDM.
UDM, 2 members vote in support.
RISE.
RISE, 2 members in support.
BOSA.
BOSA with 2 members is in support.
The ATM.
1 against.
Al-Jamaa.
Al-Jamaa, 2 members in the House in support.
The NCC.
We have 1 member against.
The PAC.
1 in support.
The U80?
1 against.
Good.
1 in support. Thank you.
Is there any member that wishes to abstain or vote different to their party? Thank you. The voting session is now closed. Honourable members, the result of the division is as follows. The ayes 269, the noes 91, but 5 Home Affairs is accordingly agreed to. I now put vote number 6, International Relations and Cooperation. The declarations of vote have been requested. I call upon firstly the IFP.
Honourable Chairperson, the IFP calls for a reassessment of South Africa's foreign missions in the light of the Department of International Relations and Cooperation's 7.1 billion rand budget. In a time of constrained public finances and urgent domestic needs, from energy insecurity to youth unemployment, every mission abroad must serve a clear national interest. We urge the Department to prioritize missions that advance economic diplomacy, attract investment, and create jobs. Underperforming or politically symbolic missions that offer little return must be scaled down. Our foreign policy must be pragmatic, cost-effective, and responsive to South Africa's development priorities. That having been said, we support the budget.
Thank you. The FF Plus.
Agbare voorsitter, dit is so dat Suid-Afrika homself posisioneer in terme van sy buitelandse beleid dat hy onverbonde is, terwyl die werklikheid aandui dat dit nie die geval is nie. Het is verder ondenkbaar dat Suid-Afrika in China, wat sy grootste handelsvernoot is, nie 'n ambassadeur het nie. En ook in sy tweede grootste handelsvernoot, die VSA, tans nie 'n ambassadeur het nie. Dit is ondenkbaar. Dit is inderdaad so dat die president die gesig is van Suid-Afrika se buitelandse beleid, en ons verstaan dit. Maar het kan nie in orde wees dat een politieke party die buitelandse beleid van Suid-Afrika bepaal waar ons die regering van nasionale eenheid is nie. Dit sal gehanteer moet word, want die huidige posisionering van Suid-Afrika is waarskynlik die hoofrede vir die totale mislukking van verhoudinge tussen Suid-Afrika en die VSA en sekere ander lande. Daar is verskeie redes hoekom mens teen hierdie begrotingspos kon en behoort te stem. Die Vryheidsfront Plus sal wel daarvoor stem. Baie dankie.
Thank you. The UDM.
Thank you very much, House Chair. As the U.S. is considering a bill to impose sanctions against some of ANC leaders due to our relationship with Russia and China, as well as our ICJ case against Israel, we should not be deterred or allow ourselves to be bullied by the erratic and imperialistic U.S. government. That said, the UDM believes that our dealings with the East should not only be characterized by ideological sentimentalism. If BRICS is to mean anything to us, we must stop acting like junior members in an ideological fan club. It must yield tangible trade, infrastructure partnerships, and real economic opportunities, and not just empty symbolism. We are of the view that this department should play a critical role towards ensuring that the behavior we've seen, where solo flights, contradictory statements, party-aligned diplomatic freelancing, and unsanctioned behind-closed-door meetings with overseas officials must come to an end, especially those who are members of the GNU. We cannot allow our country's reputation to be shaped in isolation, nor diplomacy can be dictated by ideological egos. When our foreign policy fails, it is the South African worker whose factory closes as a result of export disruptions. It is the small farmer who is cut out of trade markets. It is the student who sees international opportunities because of various issues. It is the township entrepreneur who sees no investment come their way. This is the human cost of the incoherence that we've seen over the past couple of months. If we are to lead the Republic properly again, we must speak with one voice on geopolitical issues, backed by one plan, shaped by many minds, reflecting the ideological character and diversity of the government we lead. We support this budget vote. Thank you.
Thank you. The ANC.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. Honourable members, the African National Congress declares its full support for Budget Vote 6 on international relations and cooperation. This budget reaffirms our country's enduring commitment to international solidarity and the promotion of a just, rules-based global order. It enables South Africa to lead with purpose in key multilateral forums such as the United Nations, the African Union, the BRICS, and particularly the G20, where our presidency amplifies Africa's voice on critical global matters. We commend the department for aligning its diplomatic efforts with domestic priorities, especially through advancing the African continental free trade area and supporting local businesses in accessing new markets. This is diplomacy that delivers tangible results for our people. We acknowledge the challenge posed by the rising global instability and the current volatility and staffing costs that the department is exposed to. However, we welcome the department's shift towards automation and operational efficiency to ensure maximum value from every rand. The ANC reaffirms its principled positions on Palestine, Cuba, and all struggles for justice. These positions reflect our moral responsibility and enhance South Africa's credibility on the international stage. In conclusion, the ANC supports Budget Vote 6. I thank you.
Thank you. I put the vote again. Are there any objections? The MKP.
Thank you, House Chair. MKP objects and we call for division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Order, honourable members. Let me firstly confirm whether we've maintained the quorum. We have indeed. The question before the House is whether to agree to vote number 6, international relations and cooperation. Voting will commence, and while this occurs, the doors will remain locked and members must be seated. Party whips, when I call on you, please indicate the number and the vote. The ANC.
The ANC 150 in support.
The DA.
The DA is 69 in support.
The MKP.
MKP is 52 against.
The EFF.
EFF 36 in the House and we are voting against.
The IFP.
The IFP with 12 we support.
The PA.
The PA with 9 we support.
FF Plus.
6 in support.
Action SA.
Action SA with 5 we do not support.
The ACDP.
The ACDP is 2 we do not support.
The UDM.
UDM 2 in support.
RISE.
RISE 2 we support.
BOSA.
BOSA with 2 we're in support.
The ATM.
1 against.
Al-Jamaa.
Al-Jamaa, 2 members in the House in support.
The NCC.
1 member against.
The PAC.
1 in favor.
The UAT.
1 against.
Good.
1 in support. Thank you.
Is there any member who wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? The voting session is now closed. Honourable members, the result of the division is as follows. The ayes 256, the noes 98, vote 6, international relations and cooperation is accordingly agreed to. I now put vote number 7, the National School of Government. No declaration of vote have been requested. Are there any objections to this vote being adopted? The MKP?
Thank you, House Chair. Please note the MKP's objection.
That objection will be noted. The EFF?
Please note the objection of the EFF, and we are calling for a division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Order, honourable members. Let me firstly confirm whether we are maintaining a quorum. We do. The question before the House is whether to agree to vote number 7, the National School of Government, or not. Voting will now commence. The doors must please remain locked and members must remain seated. I will now call on whips to declare their vote. The ANC?
The ANC with 150 in support.
The DA?
The DA with 75 in support.
The MKP?
MKP with 52 members against.
The EFF?
EFF 36, voting against.
The IFP?
The IFP vote in favor with 12.
The PA?
The PA with 9 voting in favor.
The FF Plus?
FF Plus 6 in support.
Action SA?
Action SA with 5, we support.
The ACDP?
The ACDP with 2 in support.
The UDM?
UDM with 2 in support.
RISE?
Rise 2, support.
BOSA?
BOSA with 2 members is in support.
The ATM?
1 against.
Al-Jamaa? Is Al-Jamaa present?
Yes, 1 in the House, we support.
The NCC?
1 member against.
The PIC?
1 in support.
The U80?
1 against.
Good.
1 in support. Thank you.
Is there any member who wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? The voting session is now closed. Honourable members, the result of the division is as follows. The ayes 268, the noes 91, abstentions 0, vote 7, the National School of Government is accordingly agreed to. I now put vote number 8, National Treasury. Declarations of vote have been requested. I firstly call upon the EFF.
Thank you, House Chair. There are departments that deal with more pressing issues, matters that affect the lives and livelihoods of our people, and those are the issues which we should use the limited time allocated to us to correct some misconceptions and misguided media statements. But we thought it is important that we clarify this confusion. The head of the South African Navy, Admiral Mwande Lubisi, highly decorated and an electrical engineer, is correct that the National Treasury is sabotaging the South African National Defence Force. This is what he said last week when he addressed the Joint Standing Committee on Defence. In fact, we argue that the manner in which the National Treasury operates today is not only deliberately sabotaging the SANDF, but the entire security and justice system, and it is a national security risk. The statement by the National Treasury in response to Admiral Lubisi's remark is nothing but a historical fails to appreciate the long history of budget cuts and also does not appreciate the state of disarray that military is in today. We have a military that is on the verge of complete collapse, and the past 3 ministers have said we either decide to close the military or we fund it. The statement by the National Treasury just proves how aloof that whole department is, and we maintain that it is a national risk. Thank you.
Thank you. The ANC.
Honorable Chairperson,
Thank you.
who's speaking?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. House Chair, the ANC support the budget vote of a National Treasury to continue playing its constitutional mandate, role of coordinating the implementation of our macroeconomic policy and strengthen our public financial management system. The National Treasury is also mandated to regulate the financial sector in the interest of all South Africans. We urge the department to strengthen accountability of appropriated funds to ensure they contribute to the tackling of inequality, poverty and unemployment. I thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. I put the vote again. Are there any objections? The EFF.
Please note the objection of the EFF, and we are calling for a division.
Thank you. A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Order, honourable members. Let me firstly confirm whether we're maintaining a quorum. We do indeed. Honourable members, the question before the House is whether to agree to vote number 8, National Treasury. Voting will commence. The doors must be locked and remain locked, and members must be seated. Party whips, when I call on you, please indicate your vote. The ANC.
ANC 150 in support.
The DA.
DA 75 members in support.
The MKP.
MK Party, 52 members against.
The EFF.
EFF 36 voting against.
The IFP.
The IFP 12 with support.
The PA.
The PA with 8 voting in favor.
The FF Plus.
FF Plus 6 in support.
Action SA.
Action SA 5, we support.
The ACDP.
The ACDP is 2 in support.
The UDM.
UDM 2 in support.
RISE.
RISE 2 in support.
BOSA.
Also 2 is in support.
The ATM.
1 against.
Al-Jamar.
Al-Jamar, 2 members in the House in support.
The NCC.
1 against, thank you.
The PAC.
1 in favor.
The UAT.
UAT reject.
Good.
1 in support. Thank you.
Is there any member that wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? The voting session is now closed. Honourable members, the result of the division is as follows. The ayes 268, the noes 91, no abstentions. Vote 8, National Treasury is accordingly agreed to. I'll now put vote number 9, Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. There is no declarations of votes that has been requested. Are there any objections to the adoption of this vote? The MKP?
Thank you, Chair. Please note our objection and we call for division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds.
The battle for...
Order. Can I firstly please just get an indication whether we've maintained a quorum? We have indeed. Honourable members, the question before us is whether to agree to or not to adopt vote 9, planning, monitoring and evaluation. Voting will commence. The doors is to be locked and must remain locked until we conclude it. Members must be seated. Party whips, please indicate your vote when called upon. The ANC.
ANC with 150, vote in support.
The DA.
The DA with 75 in support.
The MKP.
MK 52 against.
The EFF.
EFF 36 voting against.
The IFP.
IFP 12 we support.
The PA.
PA 9 with support.
The FF Plus.
FF Plus 6 in support.
Action SA.
Action SA, we are 5 and we do not support.
ACDP.
The ACDP is 2 and we do support.
UDM.
UDM 2 in support.
RISE.
Rise 2, we support.
BOSA.
Also with 2 is in support.
The ATM.
1 against.
Al-Jamaa.
Al-Jamaa, 2 members in the House strongly in support.
The NCC.
1 member against.
The PAC.
1 in support.
The UAT.
1 against.
Good.
1 in support. Thank you.
Is there any member that wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? If not, thank you. The voting session is now closed. Honourable members, the result of the division is as follows. The ayes 264, the noes 96. Vote 9, planning, monitoring and evaluation is accordingly agreed to. I now put vote number 10, electricity and energy. Declaration of vote have been requested. I firstly call upon the MK party.
House Chairperson, this budget allocates 6.6 billion rand for 2025, yet fails to address the core challenges facing South Africans today. These are unemployment, poverty and inequality. Despite the rhetoric of development, the budget offers no clear program to deal with the problem of load reduction, which has the same effect as load shedding, in that entire communities and sections of South African society are deprived of access to electricity for periods of time on a daily basis. The effects of load reduction impact the poor disproportionately because of the high cost of alternative sources of energy during these blackouts. Electrification targets have dropped to just 100,000 households annually, leaving millions, especially in rural provinces like KwaZulu-Natal and Eastern Cape, without access to electricity. Women remain sidelined as there are no specific initiatives to empower women within the energy sector and to promote their economic participation. This budget ignores their potential. Equally concerning is the issue of the Mlilo tender, where the incompetent Jan Oberholzer was awarded a 9 billion rand battery storage tender, which is critical for energy reliability. The former Eskom senior executive had not even left Eskom when his company was announced as the winning bidder. The department had also not bothered to follow the good governance prescripts of a 2-year cooling off period. This tender highlights how patronage networks continue to profit from South Africa's energy crisis. The MKP rejects this budget.
Thank you. The ACDP.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. The ACDP welcomes the positive interventions taken by the Minister and the Deputy Minister in attempting to turn Eskom around, noting some improvements in the energy availability to avoid load shedding. However, the recent 1 billion rand judgment against Eskom is an indication that all is not well in the entity. And this is a slap in the face of a bailed out entity just been bailed out of some 420 billion rand that is the debt that Eskom has. The ACDP has called for quarterly financial internal audits, the protection of vulnerable households from Eskom's tariff hikes, and cautioned against blindly decommissioning coal stations to appease global elites. The closure of Komati power station, an unjust transition from coal, is a clear lesson on how not to transition from coal. As kingdom builders rooted in ethical governance and as good stewards of our environment, the ACDP cautions against the political weaponization of our climate, where anthropogenic global warming is used as a pretext for centralized control, economic destabilization, and the ideological conformity. The ACDP, in this sense, does not support this budget vote. I thank you.
Thank you. The ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The ANC supports the Appropriation Bill for Vote 10 on electricity and energy. This budget of 6.7 billion for the current financial year is a commitment to securing South Africa's electricity supply while prioritizing the poor and the working class. It expands access through the Integrated National Electrification Program, which will receive 13.2 billion over the medium term. This budget also brings about free basic electricity to indigent households and tackles urgent transitions like the looming gas cliff. Electricity is not a luxury. It is the backbone of inclusive economic growth and job creation. This vote is about building a better life for all, and the ANC proudly supports it. I thank you.
I put the vote again. Are there any objections? The MK Party?
MK Party objects and we call for division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds.
Raise the cruising speed. Cruising nicely. Even with calling for division.
Yeah. Let's close.
We carry on at this speed.
Order, honourable members. Let me firstly get a confirmation that we're maintaining a quorum. We do. Honourable members, the question before us is whether to agree to vote 10 electricity and energy or not. We will commence with voting. The doors to the chamber must be locked and remain vote until we concluded. Members must please be seated. Whips, please declare your vote on behalf of your members. The ANC.
ANC with 149 support.
The DA.
The DA with 75 votes in favour.
The MKP.
MKP with 50 members against.
The EFF.
EFF with 36 voting against.
The IFP.
The IFP supports with 12.
The PA.
The PA with 9 we support.
The FF Plus.
6 in support.
Action SA.
Action SA with 5 we support.
The ACDP.
The ACDP with 2 against.
The UDM.
UDM 2 in support.
RISE.
RISE 2, support.
BOSA.
BOSA with 2 is in support.
The ATM.
1 against.
Al Jamar.
Al Jamar, 2 members in the House in support.
NCC.
1 against.
PAC.
1 in support.
The UAT.
1 against.
Good.
1 in support.
Is there any member who wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? If not, the voting session is now closed. Honourable members, the result of the division is as follows. The ayes 266, the noes 91, 0 abstentions. Vote 10 electricity and energy is accordingly agreed to. I now put vote number 11, Public Service and Administration. A declaration of vote has been requested by the ANC.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. The ANC welcomes the budget on DPSA. The aim of the budget allocation is primarily to promote public service that works for the people, improving their living conditions and promoting efficient service delivery. The allocation will enable in the implementation of a professionalization framework, the migration from manual to digital human resource management across all departments and entities, enforce the adherence to Batupili principles, and implement workplace lifestyle audits. These efforts will assist the department in curbing unprofessional behavior, corruption, nepotism, and ensuring uninterrupted service delivery to the people. The ANC supports the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. I put the vote again. Are there any objections? MK Party?
Chair, please note our objection.
The EFF?
Chair, please note the objection of the EFF, and we're calling for a division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Thank you. Can I firstly get any confirmation that we're maintaining a quorum? We do, honourable members. Honourable members, the question before us is whether to agree to or not vote number 11, the Public Service and Administration budget vote. Voting will now commence. The doors to the chamber must be locked and remain locked until we conclude it. Members must be seated. I call on whips to declare vote on behalf of their members. The ANC.
Thank you. The ANC with 150 in support.
The DA.
The DA with 76 in support.
The MKP.
MKP with 52 against.
The EFF.
EFF with 36 voting against.
The IFP.
The IFP 12 we support.
The PA.
The PA with 9 we support.
FF plus.
6 in support.
Action SA.
Action SA with 5 we support.
The ACDP.
The ACDP is 2 in support.
The UDM.
UDM 2 in support.
RISE.
RISE 1 we support.
BOSA.
Also 2 is in support.
The ATM.
1 against.
Al Jamar.
Al Jamar, 2 in the House, in support.
NCC.
1 against.
The PIC.
1 in support.
The UAT.
1 against.
Good.
1 in support.
Thank you. Is there any member that wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? The voting session is now closed. Honourable members, the result of the division is as follows. The ayes 269, the noes 91, vote 11 the abstentions 0, vote 11 Public Service and Administration is accordingly agreed to. I now put vote number 12, Public Service Commission. The ANC has requested to declare their vote.
Ngiyabonga sihlalo. I-African National Congress, which is ANC, iyayemukela le budget ngoba le budget ibophezela uhulumeni ukuba akwazi ukusebenzela abantu baseMzantsi Afrika ngobuqotho ukuba aphucule izimpilo zabo. Njengoba sonke siyazi ukuthi ukhongolose leader of the society. Yingakho ke su ANC siyamukela le budget. Ngiyabonga sihlalo.
Order. Honourable members, I put the vote again. Are there any objections? The MKP.
Please note our objection and we call for division.
Thank you. Division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Thank you. Honourable members, let me firstly confirm whether we're maintaining a quorum. We do. The question before us, honourable members, is whether to agree to or not vote number 12, the Public Service Commission. We will now commence the voting process. The doors to the chamber must be locked and must remain locked until we're done. Members must please be seated. Whips, I will now call upon you to declare your vote on behalf of your party members. The ANC.
ANC with 150, support.
The DA?
The DA with 77 in support.
The MKP?
MKP with 52 against.
The EFF?
EFF with 36 against.
The IFP?
The IFP 12 with support.
The PA?
The PA with 9 with support.
The FF Plus?
FF plus 6 in support.
Action SA?
Action SA 5 we support.
The ACDP?
The ACDP is 2 in support.
The UDM?
UDM 2 in support.
RISE?
Rise 1, we support.
BOSA?
Also 2 is in support.
The ATM?
1 against.
Al Jamaa?
Al Jamaa, 2 in the House, in support.
The NCC?
The NCC has 1 against.
The PAC?
1 in support.
The UAT?
1 against.
Good.
1 in support.
Thank you. Is there any member who wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? Not. Thank you. The voting session is now closed. Honourable members, the result of the division is as follows. The ayes 270, the noes 91. Vote 12, Public Service and Commission, is accordingly agreed to without any abstentions. I now put vote number 13, Public Works and Infrastructure. Declaration of votes have been requested. I recognise firstly the DA.
Thank you, Chairperson. The Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure must implement a sector-wide infrastructure plan and focus on the impact of the sector towards economic growth, job creation, work opportunities, and infrastructure delivery. Mr. Dean McPherson has served with distinction since his appointment in June 2024. During this period, he has demonstrated exceptional leadership and unwavering commitment towards South Africa's economic growth and job creation through strategic infrastructure development. He has not only prioritized strategic infrastructure development, but also prioritized transparency, fostered meaningful public and private partnerships, and championed ethical governance and values that align perfectly with the Democratic Alliance principles. Under Minister McPherson's stewardship, the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure has embraced a renewed focus on turning South Africa into a construction site through his visionary hashtag Let's Build SA initiative. Over 923 work opportunities were created in the last financial year through the EPWP, meeting 92% of the financial target. Infrastructure South Africa is unlocking over 200 billion in private investment through catalytic infrastructure projects. We also welcome progress towards a single credible, integrated immovable assets register, which will improve decisions around maintenance, leasing or disposal of public property. Public infrastructure is not just about roads and buildings. It's also about dignity, opportunity and justice. When we get it right, opportunities are empowered, jobs are created, services are delivered, and hope is restored. The Democratic Alliance supports this budget.
The ACDP.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. The Department of Public Works and Infrastructure is the largest real estate owner in the country, managing over 29,000 land parcels, totaling some 4.7 million hectares. Yet it produces poor economic returns in comparison to the private sector. Since 2012, this department still does not have a comprehensive asset register, a requirement from the Auditor General. How can you monitor what you do not know you actually have? The Welisizwe Rural Bridges Program has only 11 bridges from a total of 288, raising legitimate concerns about delivery capacity and project oversight. The hundreds of millions of rands wasted during the telecom towers procurement process and the tender corruption at the incomplete Jersey barrier wall in Jozini have continually been raised by the ACDP. As kingdom builders committed to good governance, until this department addresses its lapses in governance, the ACDP will not support the budget vote. Thank you.
Thank you. The ANC.
Thank you very much, Chair. On behalf of the African National Congress, the progressive leader of the Government of National Unity, we rise to declare our support for the budget vote on public works and infrastructure. This budget provides a workable financial framework to help us deliver on our programmatic goals and objectives in the public works and infrastructure sector. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. I put the vote again. Are there any objections? The EFF.
Please note the objection of the EFF, and we are calling for a division.
Thank you. The bells will be rung for 15 seconds to give effect to the division. Order, honourable members. Let me firstly get in confirmation that we're maintaining a quorum. We do indeed. The question before the House is whether to agree to vote 13 public works and infrastructure. Voting will now commence. The doors is to be locked. I see one is open there at the back. Please lock it. And must remain locked until voting has concluded. Members must please be seated. Party whips, when I call upon you, please confirm the number and the vote. The ANC.
ANC 150, support.
The DA.
The DA with 75 in support.
MKP.
MKP with 52 members against.
The EFF.
EFF with 36 voting against.
The IFP.
The IFP with 12 with support.
The PA.
The PA with 9 in support.
FF plus.
6 in support.
Action SA.
Action SA with 5. We do not support.
ACDP.
The ACDP with 2 against.
The UDM.
2 in support.
Rise.
Rise 2, we support.
Bossa.
No, one chairperson. One
support. Only. Rise is 1 only. Bossa.
Bossa with 2 is in support.
The ATM.
1 against.
Al-Jamar.
Al-Jamar, 2 members in the House in support.
The NCC.
1 against, Chairperson.
The PAC.
1 in favor.
The UAT.
1 against.
Good.
1 support.
Is there any member who wishes to abstain or to vote differently to their party? The voting session is now closed. Honourable members, the result of the division is as follows. The ayes 261, the noes 98. Vote 13, Public Works and Infrastructure is accordingly agreed to. We've had no abstentions either. I now put vote number 14, Statistics South Africa. Declaration of vote have been requested. I recognise firstly the Action SA.
Thank you, Chair. Action SA rejects Budget 14 because we refuse to endorse chronic underfunding of a critical institution. If we remember, 2022 we had a census that was delayed, that was over budget because of under budgeting and questioned in its accuracy. That is a symptom of failure. Mandela Week spoke about eradicating poverty and inequality. We have members in this House that say there are no South Africans that go hungry at night. We need an independent, credible institution that can provide us with essential, truthful information so that we can plan for better outcomes for this nation. So we urge you, Treasury, fund this important institution properly so that we, as Action SA, can support it, so that they can give us information that we can act on as a government of the people, by the people.
Thank you. The ANC.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. Honourable members, the African National Congress supports Budget Vote 14. Without reliable and timely statistics, our ability to plan, to govern and to transform society is undermined. Statistic SA plays a critical role in giving voice to the lived realities of our people. We therefore call for greater financial support to expand its outputs and retain skilled professionals. A capable state needs quality data, and Stats SA must be empowered to deliver it. Lastly, investment in data is not a luxury, it is a necessity. In an era of misinformation and digital disruption, our national statistical system must be well-resourced. We therefore emphasize our full support for Budget Vote 14. Thank you.
I put the vote again. Are there any objections? The EFF?
Yes, please note the objection of the EFF, and we are calling for a division.
A division having been called, we will ring the bell for 15 seconds. Order, honourable members, please take up your seats if you've just entered. Can I get a confirmation from the table that we're maintaining a quorum? We do indeed, honourable members. We now to vote whether to agree to vote number 14, Statistics South Africa, or not. We will commence with voting. The doors to the chamber is to be locked and must remain locked until we've concluded this vote. Members must be seated. Party whips, please indicate the number of your members and your vote. The ANC.
ANC 149 voting in support.
The DA.
The DA with 77 in favour.
The MKP. MKP, are you voting?
Thank you so much, Chair. 52 voting against.
The EFF.
EFF 36 voting against.
The IFP,
IFP vote in favor 12.
the PA,
PA with 9 voting in favor.
FF Plus,
6 in favor.
Action SA,
Action SA 5 against.
the ACDP,
The ACDP is 2 in favor.
the UDM,
2 in favor.
RISE,
Rise 1, we support.
BOSA,
Bosa with 2 is in support.
the ATM,
1 against.
Al Jamar,
Al Jamaa, 2 members in the House in support.
the NCC,
1 member against, Mr. Chair.
PAC,
1 in favor.
the UAT,
1 reject.
Good.
1 in support, thank you.
Is there any member who wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? If not, the voting session is closed. Honourable members, the result of the division is as follows. The ayes 264, the noes 96, 0 abstentions. Vote number 14, Statistics South Africa, is accordingly agreed to. I now put vote number 15, Traditional Affairs. There's been no request for declaration of vote. Are there any objections to the adoption of this budget? MKP?
Please note the MKP objection and we call for division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Please just wait with the ringing of the bells until I've at least announced it.
I'm outside the country now. I'm told I must be.
Order, honourable members, please take up your seats. Can the table confirm that we're maintaining a quorum? We still do. Honourable member, the question before you is whether to agree to vote 15 Traditional Affairs. We will now commence with voting and the doors must be closed, locked and remain so until we're done. Members must be seated. Whoops, when I call upon you, the number of your members as well as how you're voting. The ANC.
150 ANC yaseseka isabelo mali zamakhosi.
The DA.
The DA with 76 in favor.
The MKP.
MKP wants a better budget for Amakosi. We are voting against.
EFF.
EFF with 36 voting against.
Just hold on one moment, please, honourable members. Sorry, Tanya. MKP, can you just please confirm your number again? Honourable Makubele, can you just confirm your number again?
52.
52.
52. Thank you.
I was with the EFF, but maybe just for good order, let's get them as well again.
EFF with 36 voting against.
Thank you. The IFP.
We support with 12.
The PA.
PA with 9 were in support.
FF Plus.
FF Plus 6 ten gunste.
Action SA.
Action SA with 5, Radumela.
The ACDP.
The ACDP with 2 in support.
The UDM.
2 in support.
RISE.
Rise 1, we support.
BOSA.
Bosa with 1 is in support.
ATM.
Asivumi ukuba inkosi maziqhathwe.
Al-Jamaa.
Al-Jamaa, 2 members in the House in support.
One seat against, Chair.
The ATM, can you just confirm your number, please?
1.
1. Al-Jamaa.
Al-Jamaa, 2 members in the House in support.
The NCC.
1 member against.
The PAC.
1 in favor.
The UAT.
Mokotlo ona o hlomphe marena re a hana.
Good.
1 in support.
Thank you. Is there any member that wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party?
Honourable Chairperson.
Honourable Mulder.
Honourable Chairperson, perhaps the table staff should just make sure about the numbers of MK party. They are so well camouflaged, they may have missed some of them.
Yeah, thank you, Honourable Mulder. We're for now relying on the whip, and I'm quite sure she is seeing them. The voting session is closed. Honourable members, while the calculation is being done, may I plead with you to not declare when you give me your numbers and your votes, only the tallies, and now you're voting. The ANC must set the good example, and then others will follow. Honourable Chief Whip. Honourable members, the result of this division is as follows. The ayes 268, the noes 91, vote 15, traditional affairs is accordingly agreed to. There was no abstentions. I now put vote number 16, basic education. Declarations of vote have been requested. I firstly recognize the DA.
Honourable Chair, in just over a year, Minister Nkabane has reset the tone in basic education. From excuses to accountability. She has visited more than 50 schools across all provinces through a listening and learning tour, directly engaging school communities. She accelerated the eradication of pit toilets with a commitment to complete eradication during this term. She launched a cabinet-approved foundational literacy and numeracy strategy, tackling the crisis that sees 80% of grade 4 learners unable to read for meaning. The Minister hosted the Banapela Leadership Summit, committed to registering 10,000 new ECD centres and secured 1.7 billion rand conditional grant, including 162 million rand for infrastructure and 230 million rand for nutritional support. She halted a 9.8 billion rand school nutrition tender that lacked transparency and is holding provinces accountable for ghost posts, underspending and financial mismanagement. Most importantly, Chair, she has placed governance at the centre, pushing for clean audits, tighter controls and clear, measurable outcomes. Minister Nkabane has brought action, integrity and vision to this department. Dit is ware dienslewering en dit is wat elke leerder in Suid-Afrika verdien. Die DA ondersteun hierdie begroting. Dankie.
Osa.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. I think it's common cause that the circumstances of your birth can often determine the quality of education you get. Poor South Africans who go to quintile 2 and 3 schools often find themselves in proportionally a ratio of teacher to pupil being greater than 1 to 35. And so if we're really going to endorse this budget, we need to address the education of poor South Africans. We need to ensure that there's better participation in STEM subjects. And furthermore, Honourable Chairperson, I would like to ask that curriculum and assessment review be done. We can't keep being stuck with a 30% pass mark in a class. It sets our children up for failure. And then I would like to ask the Minister, if it's possible, that we really accelerate the process of vetting teachers against the National Sexual Offences Register, because each of us send our kids to school trusting that we've got adults who are not on the register. I support the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. The ANC.
Thank you, Chair. The ANC supports the appropriation for basic education as a commitment to opening the doors of learning and culture as envisaged in the Freedom Charter. Through this budget, we will build on our democratic gains by prioritizing early childhood development, school infrastructure, teacher support, and full implementation of the Bella Act. Through these interventions, we are laying a foundation for an empowered and skilled generation. Thank you.
Thank you. I put the vote again. Are there any objections? The MKP.
Thank you, as Chair. MKP objects and we call for division.
Thank you. Division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Order, honourable members. Let me firstly confirm whether we're maintaining a quorum. We do indeed. The question before us is whether we agree to the adoption of vote number 16, basic education. Voting can commence once the doors are closed and locked. Even at the back there, please. Thank you. Members must please be seated and remain so. Whips, when I call upon you, your number as well as your vote. The ANC.
ANC with 150 in support.
The DA.
The DA with 76 in favour.
The MKP.
MK with 51 against.
The EFF.
EFF with 36, we are voting against.
The IFP.
The IFP with 12, we support.
The PA.
The PA with 9, we support.
FF plus.
6 in support.
Action SA.
Action SA has 4 and we support.
The ACDP.
The ACDP has 2 against.
The UDM.
2 in support.
RISE.
RISE 2 support.
BOSA.
Also 2 is in support.
ATM.
1 against.
Al-Jamar.
Al-Jamar, 2 members in the House in support.
NCC.
1 against.
The PIC.
1 in support.
UAT.
1 against.
How many members? Good.
1 in support.
Is there any member who wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? Not? Thank you. The voting session is closed. You want to announce it?
We came to light that she visited that you and Honorable Nkabane of the NCO. Yes, she wanted to fight. Exactly. Ms. Mabata will talk.
It's true.
Was he included?
Yes. You've told her.
Honourable members, the result of the division is as follows. The ayes 267, the noes 92, no abstentions. Vote 16, basic education, is accordingly agreed to. Honourable members, I thank you for your discipline. We will now take a 5-minute comfort break. Please be back strictly within 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
House Chairperson.
Honourable members, I now put vote number 17, higher education. Declarations of vote have been requested. And I call upon the EFF.
President and Commander-in-Chief of the EFF, Chair of Chairs. Today we're not here to beat our chests or blow our horns. The EFF rises to remind the people of South Africa that doing the work that we're elected to do is a duty, not an achievement. Members of Parliament should not be over-celebrated for doing the simple work of Parliament. There is nothing special about what we're doing. We're simply doing what the people voted for us to do. Just as doctors treat their patients, firefighters fight fire, engineers build infrastructure, and teachers educate, so too should politicians serve without expecting standing ovations and over-celebration. Representing the people of South Africa is not a favor, it is a duty and a constitutional obligation. If we are serious about restoring the faith of our democracy, then hard work, honesty and integrity must be the norm, not the exception. Minister Manamela, we rise today to issue a clear and firm warning as we did with your predecessor. You are now at a crossroads. It's either you are going to be a loyal servant and sacrificial lamb of the corrupt comrades of the ANC and the South African Communist Party, or you are going to stand with the people of South Africa. As you enter office, you still have a chance to join us as we confront the deepening crisis in higher education. I read your article on the Daily Maverick a few weeks ago when you were still auditioning to be minister. Fortunately, we align on key aspects. The clearing of student debt, which is a bill which is championed by the EFF, rooting out corruption in the SETAs and the National Student Financial Aid Scheme, and the elevation of the TVET sector. This is your moment to lead, not on behalf of your party, but on behalf of the nation. We said to the former minister, always side with the truth, not a faction of the political party. If you put your hands in the cookie jar, if you steal from the people of South Africa, we can tell you now you are not going to finish your term as minister. And if you doubt that, ask those who came before you. We will always fight corruption. We will always fight for the students of South Africa. We will always fight for the youth of this country. You have a responsibility to join us in the fight or follow in the footsteps of your predecessor. Be a minister of the people, not a minister of the ANC, not a minister of the South African Communist Party. The people of South Africa are watching you. And if you continue in the footsteps of your predecessor, even the predecessor of your predecessor, I repeat, Mr. Manamela, you are not going to finish your term as Minister of Higher Education and Training. And all those who are going to be clapping hands for you, telling you to deploy ANC comrades in the SETAs, telling you to deploy ANC comrades in NSFAS, telling you to collapse our TVET sector, are not going to be there when you are removed as Minister of Higher Education and Training. Join us, Minister, as we fight for against the crisis in higher education and training. The EFF rejects this budget forward. Thank you.
The IFP. The IFP.
Mhlale ngaphambili isimo sibhekene nabantu abasha lapha eSouth Africa lokusikhubeke njalo ukukhubekisa undlala nokuhlupheka phakathi kwabantu bakithi. Abantu abaningi abasha babuka izemfundo njengesikhali esisodwa sokwazi ukubaphumelelisa nokubreak ama chains obandlululo nendlala. Ukuphumelelisa ngabodwana nokuphumelelisa imindeni yabo kulesikhathi ababhekene naso. Kodwa ke lokhu kukhandwa isimo sezomnotho esilokhu njalo siyivenyameni kubantu basha bakithi asebefundile nabafuna umsebenzi abaphuma kuzo izikhungo zezemfundo ezithuthukisa amakhono abo. ama-graduate aqhubeka njalo engawuthola umsebenzi iphesenti labo liqhubekile nakulokhu lakhulela ku-11.7% kuyikwata yokuqala yokulo nyaka. Lokhu kungokunye izinto ezishoyo ukuthi umnyango awuyibuki ingcindezi obhekene nayo ne-investment oyenzayo kulo mnyango ungabuyi lutho emva kwalokho. Honourable Minister, we welcome you as the IFP. We welcome your appointment. We are ready to work with you to fix the persisting underfunding of TVET and SETA colleges relative to universities. We are ready to work with you to plan for the fundamental restructuring in the budget allocation model and to align the tertiary education with the demand of the changing labour market. We are ready to work with you to ensure that the department does not come at the expense of the humanity, which remain the vital and the critical and social conscience of the society. We will support you to support student funding humanitarian program while also equipping students across all disciplines with a digital skill needed to emerge in a sector such as renewable energy, digital technology, and advancements of infrastructure. Welcome, Honourable Puti Manamela, as the Minister of Higher Education. We are ready to work with you. Thank you very much.
The FF Plus.
Agbare voorsitter, hierdie departement was reeds voor oud-minister Nkabane se aanstelling in 'n krisis. Daardie krisis gaan veral oor chaos by NSFAS, swak regering in die SETA's en onderbefondsing van beroepsopleiding in TVET colleges. Verder is daar 'n baie goeie beleid voorgestel waarvan ongelukkig nog niks gekom het nie, en dit is dat die onderskeid in hoër onderwyssektor nie op grond van staats- of private besit sal wees soos tans nie, maar dat op akademiese oorwegings tussen universiteite en universiteitscolleges onderskei word. Ek hoop dat minister Manamela dit verder sal neem. Ek dank u.
Honourable members, it has been brought to my attention that there are a number of members who have entered the hall with catering items. It's not allowed. If you want to enjoy the refreshments that are available, you are supposed to do it outside of the venue and not bring it in. We will have, within the next hour or so, a dedicated tea time that has been set aside. But for those who can't wait for tea time, please enjoy the refreshment outside of the plenary venue. Thank you very much. Bosa.
Thank you very much, House Chair. When we talk about the Department of Higher Education and Training, we have to recognize that the rot in this department starts at the very top. It starts when you see there are students who are starving because of the corruption at NSFAS and the failures of NSFAS. You see it with the attempted dubious appointments at SETA boards. And this is symptomatic of an outgoing minister that treated this very house with contempt and with disdain. But there are mechanisms, the right mechanisms to deal with issues like these. We know that the DA had threatened to withhold support for the higher education budget, and not because of a technical objection or because of any funding alternative, but to make a political point. But you don't fix political frustrations by jeopardizing a whole budget, something as substantive as a national budget. One line item failing could have collapsed the whole Appropriations Bill and actually ultimately caused harm to those very students which you claim you support and which you claim you protect. And so as Build One South Africa, we support this vote. We know the mechanisms to deal with the issues in this department. We choose responsibility over theatre. Thank you.
The ANC.
Thank you very much, Minister Manamela. We welcome you with open arms, not because you are from our ranks, but because of the wealth of experience you are bringing to the sector. Don't listen to idle threats. The only person who can appoint and remove a minister is the president, not some loudmouth. You have a mammoth task ahead of you. NSFAS needs to be stabilized. NSF needs to be stabilized. SETA accounting authorities need to be appointed. TVETs need to be institutions of choice. As the ANC, we support this budget by also supporting and welcoming the minister. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, I put the vote again. Are there any objections?
House Chair, my apologies. The DA would also like to make a declaration if possible.
I'll come back to you, Chief Whip. May I request the political parties to ensure that the updated list is the correct one that's in front of us? Please indicate your preferences beforehand. The DA?
Thank you so much, House Chair. I just want to indicate that the DA supports the budget vote on higher education.
Can you speak into the mic, please?
I just wanted to indicate that the DA supports the budget vote on higher education because it's important for us to make sure that this particular sector is functional. It is this sector that develops the skills that young South Africans need to participate in the economy. But it's also important to indicate that when we indicate that we're not going to support something, it's based on principle. We will never tolerate any form of corruption or mishandling or misleading of Parliament at any given point. And whoever thinks that's cheap political points and does not understand the constitutions and the rules of this House, maybe they must go and study it. But ultimately, the DA supports this vote, and I thank you.
I'm informed that the member of the UAT had his hand up. The UAT.
Which member, Chairperson?
You're the only one that's here.
So you say I had my hand up?
No, okay, if you don't want to make a declaration, that's okay. We'll proceed.
You are missing me. Kanimambo.
I put the vote again. Are there any objections? MK? Order, honourable members.
Thank you, House Chair. MK Party, not selective in our principle. We reject this budget and we call for division. Thank you.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Honourable members, please take up your allocated seats. The question before the House is that vote number 17, higher education, be agreed to. Voting will now commence and the doors to the chamber will remain locked until we have concluded the vote. I will now request the whips to confirm the numbers of the members that are present. The ANC.
Good afternoon, Chair. The ANC with 148 support the vote.
The DA?
Thank you, House Chair. The DA with 75 vote in favour.
Honourable members, may I request you, when the Chief Whips read out the numbers, that you please remain quiet. We cannot hear here in front what the Honourable Chief Whips are saying if you have your own discussions in between. We're in the middle of a voting process. MK?
Thank you, House Chair. MK 52, 52 members against.
The EFF?
Chair, EFF has got 37 members in the House and we are voting against.
The IFP?
The IFP with 12 we support.
The PA?
House Chair, the Patriotic Alliance with 9 voting in favour.
The FF Plus?
6 in support.
Action SA?
Action SA 5, we reject.
ACDP?
The ACDP has 2 in support.
UDM?
2 in support.
I can't hear you, Honourable Member.
UTM 2 in support.
RISE?
2 support.
BOSA?
BOSA with 2 is in support.
ATM?
1 against.
Al-Jama?
Al-Jama, 2 members in support whilst being abused
the NCC
by the divisions.
The NCC has 1 against.
Order, honourable members. Honourable members, I request the Chief Whips just to say whether they support. Please don't make other and add other things to it because you are causing a confusion when you do so. Please. The NCC?
1 against, Chairperson.
The PAC?
1 in favour.
The UAT?
1 against.
Good.
1 in support.
Are there any member that wish to abstain or vote differently from their party? There's none. The voting session is closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. There's 262 in support, 97 against, no abstentions. Vote number 17, higher education, is agreed to. I now put to you vote number 18, health. There's been a request of declaration of vote. I now recognize the EFF. May I also request members that if they know they want to use the podium in front, let them move earlier to the front so that we can have smooth proceedings, please.
Chairperson, if this budget accommodated absorbing all the 2,000 doctors sitting at home, instead of only 1,000 doctors, the EFF would support the budget. If it prioritized eradicating the tender system that has been abused in the healthcare sector in provinces like Gauteng, where people are even killed for fighting corruption, we would support the budget. If it resulted in the redirecting of NHI funds to building new clinics and hospitals, we would support it. If this budget included handling cases of child pregnancies in our hospitals as statutory rape incidences, we would definitely support it. If this budget came with more beds in our hospitals, opening of clinics for 24 hours and 7 days a week, so that pregnant women don't give birth sleeping on the floor or give birth outside of pavements like they do now, we would support it. If it increased allocation of HIV prevention, increased access of PEP and PrEP to the vulnerable group of black women aged between 15 and 26, we would support it. But it doesn't do that. This budget doesn't support building a functional healthcare sector for our people. So therefore, we also don't support it. We reject it.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The FF Plus.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson of FF Plus supports this budget, and we welcome the planning and building of new hospitals and the renovations of existing health facilities across South Africa. The FF Plus wants to emphasize that if promises are made in this regard, they must be fulfilled. We owe it to the South African public. These projects and the appointment of doctors and nurses with the extra allocated funds from Treasury must be monitored, and provinces must be held to account to ensure that these projects will be completed and appointments are made without any form of corruption. Let's declare war on corruption and corrupt officials. Although we support this budget, it does not mean that the FF Plus has changed its point of view on the NHI. I want to make it clear that the FF Plus will never support the NHI, and we still believe that the NHI must be scrapped, that we go back to the drawing board together with the best from the private and public health sector to develop a model that will benefit both the public and private sector in order to provide world-class treatment to our citizens. I thank you.
The ANC.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. The African National Congress, on behalf of the people of South Africa, supports this budget. This is the commitment that has been made by the African National Congress to the people of South Africa through its manifesto. This budget is a commitment to building an accessible and equitable healthcare system. This budget is not only about treatment of illness and saving lives. It is also an instrument to transform society through the implementation of the NHI and realizing the vision of the Freedom Charter. To those that are opposed to this budget, I have questions for them. Are you really opposed to doctors being employed and also other healthcare workers? Are you against the improvement of health services?
Chair.
Honourable Member, will you just take your seat, please? Yes, Honourable Malema.
She says she's got questions for us. So how are we going to respond?
No, I don't think the Honourable Member is expecting a response, Honourable Malema, because Ben will be here for the whole afternoon.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Another question is, are they against the refurbishment of hospitals and clinics? Those that voted for them must think twice come next elections. The ANC supports this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I put the vote again. Are there any objections? Yes, Chifu.
Thank you, Chair. Please note our objection and we call for division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds.
We are cruising, we are cruising.
Thank you, honourable members. We do still have a quorum. The question before the House is that vote number 18, health, be agreed to. Voting will now commence. May I request the chief whips of political parties to indicate their voting preference of their parties with the numbers clearly, please. The ANC.
ANC with 148 in support.
The DA.
The DA with 73 vote in favour.
MK.
MK with 52 members, we support. Oh, against.
Thank you for the support.
Thank you for the support. We welcome that
Chair,
support.
we are against. We do not support.
We are humble. We are humble.
I said we support not. You didn't hear the not at the end. We support not.
Thank you. Thank you, honourable members. Thank you, honourable members. The member indicated that they're not supporting. I think the ANC got excited too soon when they heard that. The EFF.
EFF, we are 37 in the House and we are voting against.
Order, honourable members. The IFP.
The IFP, we are 12, we support.
The PA.
The PA with 9, we support.
FF Plus.
6 in support.
Action SA. Order, honourable members. Action SA.
Thank you, Chair. Action SA with 5, we support.
ACDP.
ACDP 2 against.
UDM.
UDM 2 in support.
RISE.
2 support.
PAUSA.
Also with 2 is in support.
ATM.
1 against.
Al-Jama.
Al-Jama, we support. 2 members.
NCC.
The NCC, 1 seat is against.
PAC.
1 in support.
UAT.
1 reject.
Good.
1 support.
Is there any member that wish to abstain or vote differently from their party? There's none. The voting session is closed. Order, honourable members. The outcome of the division is as follows. Those in favour 263, those against 94. Vote number 18, health, is thus agreed to. I now move to vote number 19, social development. There's been request for declarations. The DA.
Honourable Chairperson, protecting the department's budget from fraud and corruption is vital, but with some officers...
Honourable member, I can't hear you properly. Can you just speak into the mic, please?
Honourable Chairperson, protecting the department's budget from fraud and corruption is vital, but with some offices' capacity under 50%, we are concerned about SASSA's ability to meet Treasury's conditions. Beneficiaries are struggling with their reviews because SASSA is failing to assist them. We commend the SASSA officials who are doing their best, but it is critical that capacity and efficiency are improved in local offices, the helpline and the home visit outreach for frail and older persons are reviewed. The DA supports this budget, but what a terrible indictment that the Deputy Minister of Social Development is ignorant of the plight of 23% of South African households that experience inadequate or severely inadequate access to food, or the 155 children under 5 that died of malnutrition in the first 4 months of this year. We will continue to keep a close eye on every cent. Thank you.
The FF Plus.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, 290 billion rand of this department's total budget of 294 billion is earmarked for social grants. This is simply not sustainable. The message of a Freedom Front Plus is clear, but to secure stability and a bright future, we believe that all the people of South Africa need to progress economically. It is very clear that after 30 years, the economic policy of the ANC is failing. Race-based laws like broad-based black economic empowerment and affirmative action must be scrapped in order to allow the private sector to help grow the economy and to appoint the best person for the job on merit. While these policies and laws are on the statute books, the economy will not grow and jobs will not be created. We can rebuild this country through ensuring equal access to opportunities, and these policies have created a favorable environment for mismanagement, corruption and fraud to flourish. The FF Plus will always strongly oppose measures that discriminate against people based on their race. I thank you.
The UDM.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. The UDM acknowledges the critical role of this department in providing essential social services to the citizens. However, we remain concerned about its practical ability to deliver on this mandate. While noting the nominal increase of 5.7% in the budget, key programs such as administration, social security policy, and integrated service delivery have declined in real terms. This will severely impact service delivery, particularly at the time when poverty and unemployment remain persistently high in the country. We are seriously concerned about the decrease on some social grants, especially the 52.2% on the war veterans and 10.1% on foster care. How are these people expected to cope with less than half of what they were getting? We also call on the department to address inefficiencies at SASA, especially delays caused by income verification measures that risk excluding eligible beneficiaries. Lastly, the UDM is concerned about the persistent fraud and corruption allegations on social grant payment system with alleged involvement of employees. The UDM supports this budget.
The ANC.
House Chair, thank you for the opportunity. The African National Congress rise to support Budget Vote 19 as the cornerstone and manifesto commitment with respect to social transformation relating to eradicating extreme poverty, reducing inequality and expanding economic participation. As the ANC, we are at nexus with the Honourable Minister Dilil with regard to the practical and urgent introduction of the basic income grant policy as a fundamental transformation necessity. Honourable House Chair, a basic income grant is not about fostering dependency, nor it is about the handout. As the DA member and Honourable Wakelin claims, it is direct response to South Africa's structural economic challenges, particularly the widespread unemployment, job insecurity, poverty, hunger, and the rising cost of living, and intervention to those who are struggling to meet the basic needs. The argument by Honourable Wakelin is mendacious, myth and subjective of reality instead of objective reality. Honourable members, the notion that South Africa must choose between the income support and job creation policies present a ideological flawed dichotomy. The budget will ensure that social grants provide social protection for the vulnerable groups such as the elderly, the children and persons with disabilities. The budget will end the gender-based violence and femicide and ugly face of patriarchy and strengthen the comprehensive national GBV prevention strategy. The budget will address the growing crisis of substance abuse, in particular among the youth of South Africa. The budget will address the homelessness, including the provisions of shelter and the integration of support for the displaced, gender-based violence and femicide victims. Honorable van Staden, South Africa laws are a democratic laws in line with the Constitution, not racist laws. And therefore the BEE broad-based economic empowerment will remain. It may just disappear in our own dream. Thank you. We support the budget.
Honourable members, I put the vote again. Are there any objections?
Thank you, House Chair. MK objects and we call for division.
The division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Honourable members, the question before the House is that vote number 19, social development, be agreed to. Voting will now commence, and I will request the chief whips of parties to indicate their support with the relevant numbers. The ANC.
Thank you. The ANC with 148 support the vote.
The DA.
The DA with 73 in support.
MK.
MK with 50, we are against.
EFF.
EFF with 37 against.
IFP.
IFP with 12, we support.
PA.
PA with 9, we support.
FF plus.
6 in favour.
Action SA.
Action SA 5, we support.
ACDP.
ACDP is 2 in support.
UDM.
UDM 2 in support.
RISE.
2 support.
BOSA.
BOSA 2 supports.
ATM.
1 against.
Al-Jama.
Al-Jama, 2 members in support.
NCC.
1 member against.
Can't hear you, Honourable Member.
1 member against, Chairperson.
Thank you. PAC.
1 in support.
UAT.
1 against.
Good.
1 in support. Thank you.
Is there any member that wish to abstain or vote differently from their party? None. The voting session is closed.
We miss Honorable Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma.
Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. 265 in support, 90 against. There's no abstentions. Vote number 19, social development, is agreed to. Honourable members, I now put to you vote number 20, women, youth and persons with disabilities. There's a request for declaration of vote, the UDM.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. The UDM is disappointed by the persistent structural challenges in our country, which are negatively impacting the vulnerable groups. In democratic South Africa, people with disabilities face over 90% unemployment, limited education access, and social barriers. Despite progressive frameworks, implementation is ineffective. The department shows little progress on disability equity. This shortfall highlights a system that still neglects persons with disabilities. Total budget is 1.362 billion and 1.02 billion is transferred to the NYDA. Yet, youth unemployment remains alarmingly high. Youth is unable to access NYDA support due to financial constraints. And NYDA should take services to the people as it is funded and not expect the youth to come to NYDA for training and support. The UDM is also concerned about the fact that bulk of the budget of the department and its entities goes towards the compensation of employees, and only a small amount is allocated towards giving effect to its mandate. What is the role of CGE, by the way? This is unacceptable in a country where women bear the burden of gender-based violence. The budget is mum on addressing such issues. We need a reallocation of priorities that goes beyond mere compliance and symbolic acts of ticking boxes. The impact must be visible on the ground. We support this budget.
The ANC.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and honorable members and fellow South Africans. As the African National Congress, we support Vote 20 for the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. It is equally important for us to highlight that in this budget, it ensures the participation and integration of the most vulnerable in our society. And therefore, as the African National Congress, we stay committed towards advancing economic and social justice for all South African and ensuring that there is equity and equality throughout. And therefore, the African National Congress, once again, would like to support this vote. And lastly, we would like to say welcome and congratulate the newly appointed NYDA board. We are looking forward to working with you and ensuring that services are given to young people and we do improve their living conditions and they do access economic and social opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, honourable member. Honourable members, I put the vote again. Are there any objections?
Thank you, House Chair. The most vulnerable are not looked after in this government. We object and call for division.
The division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Honourable members, the question before the House is that vote number 20, women, youth and persons with disabilities, be agreed to. Voting will now commence. I will recognise the Chief Whips, the ANC.
ANC with 148 in support.
DA.
The DA with 75 vote in favour.
MK.
MK with 51 against.
EFF.
EFF with 37 voting against.
IFP.
IFP with 12 we support.
PA.
PA with 9, we support.
FF Plus.
6 in support.
Action SA.
Action SA 5, we support.
ACDP.
ACDP 2 in support.
UDM.
UDM 2 in support.
RISE.
2 support.
BOSA.
2 in support.
ATM.
1 against.
Al-Jama.
Al-Jama, 2 members in support.
NCC.
1 member against.
PAC.
1 in favor.
UAT.
1 against.
Good.
1 in support. Thank you.
Is there any member that wish to abstain or vote differently from their party? There's none. The voting session is closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the revision is as follows. 267 members voted in favour, 91 against. Vote number 20, women, youth and people with disabilities, is approved. Honourable members, I now put vote number 21, the Civilian Secretariat of the Police. There's no request for declarations. I thus put the vote to you. Are there any objections? EFF?
Please note the objection of the EFF and we are calling for a division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Honourable members, the question before the House is That vote number 21, the Civilian Secretariat for the Police Service, is be agreed to. Voting will now commence. I recognize the Chief Whips, the ANC.
ANC 148 in support.
DA.
The DA is 76 in support.
MK.
MK is 51 against.
EFF.
EFF 37 voting against.
IFP.
IFP, we are 12 and we support.
PA.
PA with 9 voting in favor.
FF plus.
6 in favor.
Action SA.
Action SA 5, we support.
ACDP.
ACDP is 2 in support.
UDM.
UDM 2 in favor.
On a point of order, Chair.
Yes, what's the point of order, Honourable Member?
The Minister of Police is threatening us. When we object, he does this.
I think this meeting, everybody can come together, Honourable Malema, in support. Yes, you have now strict me, we were with. Rice.
2 support.
Bosa.
Bosa has 2 in the House and is in support.
ATM.
1 against.
Al-Jama.
Al-Jama, 2 members in support.
NCC.
1 member against.
PAC.
1 in favor.
UAT.
1 against.
Good.
1 in support.
Is there any member that wish to abstain or vote differently from their party? There's none. The voting session is closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. There's 268 members who support, 91 against. There's no abstentions, and vote 21, Civilian Secretariat for the Police, is thus agreed to. I put to you vote number 22. There's no declarations of vote that has been received for correctional services. I thus put the vote to you. Are there any objections? MK?
Thank you, House Chair. Please note the objection of MK and we call for division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Honourable members, the question before the House is that vote 22 correctional services be agreed to. Voting will now commence. I recognize the Chief Whips, the ANC.
ANC with 148 in support.
DA.
DA with 76 vote in favor.
MK.
MK is 51 against.
EFF.
EFF 37 voting against.
IFP.
IFP with 12 we support.
PA.
PA with 9 with support.
FF plus.
6 ten gunste.
Action SA.
Action SA with 5 we support.
ACDP.
ACDP 2 in support.
UDM.
UDM 2 in support.
Rice.
2 support.
Bosa.
Bosa with 2 is in support.
Can you just repeat, Honourable Member?
Bosa with 2 is in support.
Thank you. ATM.
1 against.
Al-Jama.
Al-Jama, 2 members in support.
NCC.
1 against.
PAC.
1 in favor.
UAT.
1 against.
Good.
1 in support.
Is there any member that wish to abstain or vote differently to their party? None. The voting session is closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. There's 268 members in support, 91 against. Vote number 22, correctional services, is thus agreed to. Honourable members, I put to you vote 23, defence. There's a request for declarations. The EFF. Yeah. Please proceed, Honourable Member. It's on now.
The EFF rejects the budget votes for defence and military veterans. The paltry allocations for defence and for military veterans betray our soldiers, veterans and national sovereignty, prioritising foreign debt over their dignity and security. As highlighted during the debate, the 2015 Defence Review remains unimplemented, and the Minister's so-called Journey to Greatness strategy is non-existent. Our borders are porous, skies undefended, seas vulnerable to piracy, and the Air Force tragically failed flood victims in the Eastern Cape. Finance Minister Gonongwana is obsessed with austerity, ignoring the President's unfulfilled 1.5% GDP defence commitment. We ask ourselves, were our defence committees in Parliament misled? We demand answers from the President, Minister Gonongwana, and Deputy Minister Olumisa. At just 0.8% of GDP, this budget starves modernisation. Veterans funding serves only 20% of them, eroded further by corruption. We demand 2 billion for the DMV, prioritising of pensions and healthcare, and oppose funding the colonial castle of Good Hope. The Economic Freedom Fighters envisions 114 billion for the SANDF to modernise the army, strengthen border controls, maintain Air Force Gripen fighters and Oryx helicopters, upgrade the Navy, and rebuild one military hospital. We firmly reject arms sales to NATO supporters of apartheid Israel's genocide in Gaza. This budget is an utter disgrace. The EFF rejects these votes. They fail our soldiers, veterans, and our whole nation. The EFF is the only party with a patriotic, progressive plan to restore our defence forces' dignity. We invite all South Africans and our soldiers to join us in celebrating 12 years of revolutionary commitment at Khayelitsha Rugby Stadium on Saturday, on the 26th of July. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The IFP.
Angibonge sihlalo.
All Honourable Members.
Ukuvuza kwemingcele yezwe kuholele ekutheni kuvulwe izikhungo zoqeqesho labantu abaqhamuka emazweni angaphandle kakhulukazi abasenhlane nezwe izwe lase-Afrika. Kumanje nalapha kwamakhelwane sithola kungenele ihonga zozamazama nakhona okukhombayo ukuhluleka kokusetshenzwa kwemingcele amasosha ethu. Ezweni lapho bephuma bengena khona emingceleni benganqandwa abagcwelezi inhlekelele elibhekene nayo izwe lakithi okanye izwe lethu. Chairperson, the IFP has been following developments within the Department of Defence closely, and we must reiterate the following urgent concerns. Despite mention of a quote-unquote soldier-first policy and model units, the reality in the ground, particularly in military residences in Pretoria and elsewhere, tells a different story. Soldiers live in poor, often degrading conditions that show no sign of agency in being addressed. We are disappointed by the slow and inconsistent pace in finalizing the military veterans database. Veterans continue to suffer due to reckless handling of files, delays in processing benefits, and a general lack of institutional care. This is not only a technical failure, it is a betrayal of those who served our country, especially our veterans who were part of the struggle. We cannot continue to appropriate billions of rands while failing to deliver even the most basic conditions of service or entitlements. Considering the issue raised, one, which specific facilities have been prioritized for immediate upgrades, and what timeframes are attached to those plans? Two, why has the verification and finalization of the veterans database taken so long? 3, what interventions are being put in place to ensure secure handling of veterans' files and fair access to benefits? I thank you. The IFP supports the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Action SA.
Thank you, House Chair. Action SA rejects this budget of betrayal. It is a disgraceful surrender of South Africa's defense capabilities. Minister Motshekga's calling our members of this House, "Oh, finder, finder," is laughable when her government is blindly steering our nation into danger. Minister, the real finder, finder is you. You and your 30% average government are a liability to this nation. While military leaders admit we cannot defend ourselves, this government slashes forced employment by 1.5 billion. Minister NG, 30% finder Motshekga. This is not a defense budget, it is an insult. You are not a defender of our democracy, you are not a champion of our sovereignty. You, Minister, are the face of collapse, a minister of excuses in a failed government. No reforms, no innovation, just a bloated bill and disregard for the defense review. This government does not take this country seriously, and it shows. Action SA will not and does not support this budget of betrayal and defense surrender. And I tell you, Minister, those are not big words. That's general English. I thank you.
Rise.
Thanks, Chairperson. We declare our support for this budget. You can see.
The ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The African National Congress rises in full support of Budget 23 of Defense. The budget is not simply about figures on a spreadsheet. It is a reflection of our constitutional obligation to safeguard the sovereignty of the Republic and protect the lives and dignity of our people. Our National Defense Force is the backbone of peace and stability, and it plays a crucial role not only in traditional security operations, but also in humanitarian support and disaster response. We've seen in recent years the SANDF step in different times of national disaster, civil unrest, and even pandemics. These interventions reaffirm the urgent need to equip our defense force with modern tools such as drone cyber defense system and climate resilient infrastructure to meet a wider array of contemporary threats. The budget is a necessary step forward, such as preparedness. Those that are rejecting this budget are the funders, all of them who are rejecting this budget of defense. The ANC also support the call for sustained engagement between the Department of Defense and the National Treasury. We further call for a strengthened investment in the mental health of well-being of our troops, a defense force that is not only well-trained but also well-supported is a stronger, more professional force. The ANC really support Vote 23 because we know that a secure and stable South Africa is the foundation upon which our development goals rest. Siyeke aba bangathi bathethelela amajoni xa bephanga phandle, but here in the house bakhaba yonke into phanga phandle. Those are the funders. Thank you.
Honourable members, the question on this vote is now being put to you. Are there any objections?
Thank you, House Chair. We object and call for division.
Division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds.
Point of order, please. Chair.
Yes, Honourable Swart, why do you want to be recognized?
Chair, I noticed that vote 26 is military veterans, and we're dealing with both votes at this stage, according to the declarations. Can we just have clarity on that? Vote 23 is defense. Vote 26 is military veterans.
Two
We should be
different
doing
votes.
them together.
It's two different votes. Without dealing with it together, I put to you vote number 23. There's a request for division. A division has been called for 15 seconds. The bells will be rung.
What is this? Somebody and Kazele Fanda Fanda. What is this Fanda Fanda? 26 out of 42. We're almost there. But it's going fast.
Honourable members, the question before the House is that vote 23, defence, be agreed to. Voting will now commence. I recognise the Chief Whip from the ANC.
148 in support.
The DA.
77 in support.
MK.
50 against.
EFF.
EF, we are 37 in the House, and we are voting against.
The IFP.
IFP 11 in support.
PA.
PA with 9 in support.
FF plus.
16 gunste.
Action SA.
Action SA 5 will reject.
ACDP.
ACDP is 2 against.
UDM.
UDM 2 in support.
RISE.
2 support.
BOSA.
Bosa with 2s in support.
ATM.
1 against.
Al-Jama. Al-Jama.
Al-Jama supports 2 members in the House.
NCC.
1 against.
PAC.
1 in favor.
UAT.
1 against.
Good.
1 in support.
Is there any member that wish to abstain or vote differently? There's no indication. The voting session is closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. There's 261 in favour, 97 against, no abstentions. Vote 23 defence is thus agreed to. I now put to you, honourable members, vote number 24, the Independent Police Investigative Directorate. There's no request for declarations. I thus put the vote to you. Are there any objections?
Please note the objection of MK.
The objection is noted. EFF?
EFF objects, and we are calling for a division.
Division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Honourable members, the question before the House is that vote 24, the Independent Police Investigative Directorate, be agreed to. Voting will now commence. The ANC.
148 in support.
DA.
77 in favour.
MK.
51 against.
EFF.
EFF 37 voting against.
IFP.
IFP 11 in support.
PA.
PA with 9 in support.
FF plus.
6 in support.
Action SA.
Action SA has 3 and we reject.
ACDP.
ACDP has 2 in support.
UDM.
2 in favor.
POSA.
2 in favor.
ATM.
1 against.
Al-Jama.
Al-Jama, 2 members in support.
NCC.
1 against.
PAC.
1 in favor.
UAT.
1 against.
Good.
1 in support.
Is there any member that wish to abstain or vote differently from their party? Rise.
Sitting down, I rise with 2 members to support.
To support. Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, the voting session is now closed. Honourable Members, the outcome of the division is as follows. 263 are in support, 94 against, no abstentions. Vote number 24, IPIT, is agreed to. I now put to you, Honourable Members, vote number 25, Justice and Constitutional Development. There is request for declarations. Rise Mzansi.
Nakenza Mtramashitolo, we declare our support for the vote.
Al-Jama.
Al-Jama, Honorable Chairperson, as the Zionist crimes of starvation and genocide escalate, a serious call for humanitarian rights to be preserved is now a priority. It's high time to call for a stop the genocide crime. Al-Jama calls upon this Parliament and governments across the world to mobilize the broadest popular action in all capitals and cities on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 25th, 26th, 27th. Let's stand up proudly, as we always do as South Africans, until the siege is broken and famine ends. Let the world continue to chant, "Free, free Palestine, free, free Palestine." Al-Jama supports the budget.
The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. The ANC supports the budget. This budget vote will allow the department to establish 16 more sexual offences courts in 25-26 financial year. It has been reported that the additional sexual offences courts will be established in communities with the highest incidence of sexual offences to ensure a dedicated focus on these cases and provide for a victim-friendly court model and support systems. The budget will allow for an increase of Tutusela care centres to 74 over the strategic cycle. This budget reflects our commitment to fighting crime and corruption through inter alia, strengthening the prosecutorial capabilities of the NPA. The Special Investigating Unit, which receives its allocation under this budget, has saved government of approximately 8 billion rands in the 2023-2024 financial year. Once again, the ANC supports the budget. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, I put the vote again. Are there any objections?
MK objects and we call for division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Honourable members, the question before the House is that vote number 25, Justice and Constitutional Development, be agreed to. I will now recognise the Chief Whips of political parties, the ANC.
ANC with 148, support.
DA.
The DA with 72 vote in favour.
MK.
MK with 51 against.
EFF.
EFF with 37, we are voting against.
IFP.
IFP with 11, we support.
PA.
PA with 9, we support.
FF Plus.
6 in support.
Action SA.
Action SA with 4, we reject.
The ACDP.
The ACDP with 2 opposes.
UDM.
2 in favour.
RISE.
2 support.
BOSA.
Bosa with 2 supports.
ATM.
1 against.
NCC.
In support.
Al Jama.
Al Jama, 2 members in full support.
PAC.
1 in favour.
UAT.
1 against.
Good.
1 support.
Is there any member that wish to abstain or vote differently from their party? There's none. The voting session is closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. 256 are in support, 97 are against, there's no abstentions. Vote 25, Justice and Constitutional Development is thus agreed to. Honourable members, I now put to you vote number 26, Military Veterans. There's no request for declarations. I put the vote thus to you. Are there any objections?
Thank you, House Chair. Please note the objection of MK Party.
It's noted. The EFF. Just switch on the microphone. On
EFF objects and we are calling for a division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Honourable members, the question before the House is that vote number 26, Military Veterans, be agreed to. Voting will now commence. The ANC.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. With 148 votes, we vote in support.
DA.
The DA with 75 vote in favour.
MK.
MK with 51, we vote against.
EFF.
EFF with 37, we are voting against.
IFP.
IFP with 11, we support.
PA.
PA with 9, we support.
FF Plus.
6 in support.
Action SA.
Action SA with 5, we do not support.
The ACDP.
ACDP with 2 supports.
UDM.
2 in favour.
RISE.
2 support.
BOSA.
2 in support.
ATM.
1 against.
Al Jama.
Al Jama, 2 members in full support.
NCC.
1 against.
PAC.
1 in favour.
UAT.
1 against.
Good.
1 in support.
Is there any member that wish to abstain or vote differently from their party? There's none. The voting session is closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. There's 261 members that voted in favour, 96 against, there's no abstentions. Vote 26, military veterans, is thus agreed to. Honourable members, I now put to you vote number 27, the office of the Chief Justice. There's no request for declarations. I thus put to you the vote. Are there any objections? The EFF?
The EFF objects and we are calling for a division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. For the honourable members, the question before the House is that vote number 27, the office of the Chief Justice, be agreed to. Honourable members, will you please take your seats? Honourable members, will you please take your seats? I will now recognise the Chief Whips of political parties to indicate their support or objection of this vote. The ANC.
With 148 votes, the ANC supports.
DA.
The DA with 76 vote in favour.
MK with 51 against.
EFF.
EFF with 37 voting against.
IFP.
IFP with 11 we support.
PA.
PA with 9 we support.
FF plus.
6 in support.
Action SA.
Action SA with 5 we support.
ACDP.
ACDP with 2, we support.
UDM.
2 support.
RISE.
2 support.
BOSA.
2 in support.
ATM.
1 against.
Al Jama.
Al Jama, 2 in support.
NCC. NCC. PAC.
1 in favor.
UAT.
UAT reject.
Good.
1 in support.
Is there any member that wish to abstain or vote differently from the party? It's none. The voting session is closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. 267 members are in support, 90 against. There's no abstentions. Vote 27. The office of the Chief Justice is thus agreed to. We will now proceed to vote number 28, police. There's a request for declaration of vote. The DA.
Thank you, House Chair. The Democratic Alliance remains gravely concerned by the...
Honourable member, you are not audible. Can you speak into the microphone, please?
I'm going to sit down. The Democratic Alliance remains gravely concerned by the deepening rot in parts of the senior South African Police Service ranks. South Africa has become a global hotspot for organised crime, now ranked among the top 3 in Africa and among the top 10 globally. We desperately need urgent and decisive action. We propose 4 simple steps for intervention. 1 is to conduct immediate independent lifestyle audits of all top-ranking members. 2, implement the long-overdue parliamentary resolution, namely the skills audit from 2024. 3, re-establish the independence of IPID to make sure it doesn't report to the same minister as the police. 4, devolve policing powers to provinces and metros where accountability and service delivery is still possible. South Africans deserve a police service that they can trust, one with integrity. The DA will support this budget vote. Thank you.
MK.
This is the number.
No. Honourable member, you won't be able to see your time. And honourable member, Honourable Skosana, will you remove that? You don't have permission to show it to the House. You may proceed. No. Honourable Skosana, the party is allocated global time, so you must use some of that time. There's no time indicated for you.
Thank you, Chair. In South Africa today, we've got 3 ministers. It's the world record. Nowhere, anywhere in the world where you have 3 police ministers. That tells you that South Africa is in a constitutional crisis. The allegation level against Senzo Mkhunu by the General Mkhwanazi reflect the kind of rot that sits in the administration executive. As MK Party, we want to reiterate again, we cannot and will not allow General Mkhwanazi bravery to fall victim to the manipulation of facts and cover up by this administration. You remember Chief Justice Ngobo, when Section 89, what happened was the miscarriage of justice. This parliament stand with the culprit, and that culprit one day will answer. General Mkhwanazi has shown South Africa. He's our national hero. In this country, we must celebrate him. Mkhwanazi is us, and we are Mkhwanazi. The MK Party has noted with concern on several occasions the statement made by the professor himself that seems to show great failure to appreciate the nuisance of the South African crime scene. SAPS is unfortunately not for him. This is not a lecture room. The MK Party stands in support of Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi and calls on Mr. Ramaphosa and the former liberation movement to do the right thing by the people of this country. South Africa is not a haven for criminals to do as they please. It is not open season, and we most certainly cannot continue as if it's as business as usual. Today you've got your friend Europeans here sitting on the left there, on your right. They were against, when we were sitting on the plenary, they were rejecting all the budget, in particular this one. But today they are hypocrites. Today they are supporting the budget.
The EFF.
I hope the sound is better. Chairperson, during our budget debate, we were very clear that SAPS is operating as the chief criminal syndicate. And we correctly characterized SAPS as fundamentally a mafia organization that is managed not for the purposes of fighting crime, but for the protection of criminal syndicates who keep their sofas and mattresses well stashed with illegal dollars. And it was for this reason we rejected the budget, stating that even if the ANC President Ramaphosa utilizes his Phala Phala dollars to top up the 120 billion allocation to SAPS, crime is going to persist. In fact, it's going to escalate, as it has, and it's going to escalate to a point where citizens are just going to stop reporting crimes altogether, and they are going to opt for mob or self-justice. And we were vindicated literally 2 days later when the KZN Provincial Commissioner confirmed our characterization that SAPS is operating as a criminal syndicate. And these revelations, they were just a tip of the iceberg. It was the EFF that responded decisively, as it always does, and objectively so, with superior knowledge. We wrote to the Speaker, didn't we, Speaker? And we proposed the establishment of an ad hoc committee along with the draft motion. And as the result of our sound submissions, the EFF motion the motion without notice to establish this ad hoc committee will be tabled in the National Assembly today. It was our CIC Julius Malembo who wrote to the President to get clarity on the application of the Constitution regarding placing a Minister of Police on special leave and then appointing a whole acting minister from outside of Cabinet. I mean, this is basically basking in constitutional delinquency. Chairperson, while this rot in the GNU is publicly unveiling, our children are being abducted to become sex slaves. Street vendors are being harassed BIPOC, these protection fee racketeers. We have women, we have young girls and boys who are being raped at an alarming rate every day. And the Cape Flats is a killing field that far surpasses an active war zone. So the EFF, we reject this budget vote because it serves the criminal syndicates of the ANC and the GNU government, because it is not safeguarding our nation, particularly our children.
The Patriotic Alliance.
Honorable House Chair, we support vote 28 for police because we must face the truth of the high levels of crime in our country. Thus, we cannot be silent when the DA lies about crime in Nelson Mandela Bay. Honorable Van Sail, the PA doesn't govern in Nelson Mandela Bay. However, the truth is, where the DA governs, Cape Town is labeled one of the deadliest cities in the country because of the high crime rate. The DA proves again that colored lives means nothing to them. Even though ons kinders elke dag doodgemaak word op die Cape Flats, the DA still calls it the best run city because they are out of touch with the daily pain van ons mense. Hou op lieg, ons sien julle. We support you. Thank you.
The FF Plus. Is there a declaration from the FF Plus? There's no declaration. Action SA.
Chairperson, massive budgets have not cured the deep-seated rot within SAPS. Billions poured into a system crippled by leadership failure and systemic corruption. Action SA cannot in good conscience support another cent without a full house cleaning. The dysfunction and corruption now has names and faces, compliments to General Makwanazi. At Florida Police Station, there were too few vehicles when a child was reported missing. That child was 11-year-old Jaden Lee Meek. His body found the next morning, still warm. This is more than just a money issue. It is because this government responds to those who steal resources from our communities with commissions. Crime intelligence meant to dismantle crime and drug syndicates that hold our communities hostage, stifle 23 million on a luxury hotel, even more on high-end vehicles, and treated SAPS generals to 5-star perks. Generals are now more like hotel hoppers than crime fighters. Now, we see SAPS implode publicly, police commissioners accusing one another of deep criminality, and ministers on special leave. The answer? Another costly commission of inquiry, while our communities are subjected to tavern-like police stations like Kwatemba Police Station. SAPS has turned into a criminal enterprise with a budgeted program called Stealing from the Vulnerable. So kan het nie aangaan nie. I thank you.
Rais Mzansi.
Chairperson, we debated this vote on the 4th of July. It was 2 days before the announcement by General Nkabane that continues to shake the police to this day. At the time of the debate, what we said as Rising Suns was that the fights that we see in the police, because we said it on the 4th of July, that the fights that we see in the police, they are not about protecting South Africans. And we must be honest. People are not fighting on who best can protect South Africans. The fights are about the money and access to the slush fund of crime intelligence. That's what's at the center of the fight in the police. On the 4th of July, when we debated this budget, We said that South Africans are not safe. They don't feel safe. And that criminals are walking around boldly. And that situation has not changed. Now, more than ever, we see Holo Zemantash. We see the arrests that are happening. We see the arrests. I know you are the acting minister. But if these arrests don't result in convictions, they are nothing but a show. Yesterday, during one of the debates, I said you cannot use cold drink to quench thirst. And what we are seeing now is just the police trying to look busy while South Africans continue to feel unsafe. We will support, as Rise Mzansi, we will support the budget. We also support the Judicial Commission of Inquiry. We support the formation of the ad hoc committee. Because at the end of the day, we need to get to the bottom of the road. Because we want the South African Police Service to focus on protecting South Africans and not fighting over the slush funds. We want to see all corrupt policemen and women put out of the service. But we will support this budget.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The NCC. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. The ANC rise in full support of Vote 28 for police. This budget is a reaffirmation of our commitment to the constitutional imperative of building a safer South Africa, where all citizens, regardless of race, class, location, live free of fear of crime and violence. We continue to face high levels of violent crime, gender-based violence, drug-related offenses, and organized gang criminal networks in our communities. But the ANC believes that the response must be multifaceted, rooted in both effective law enforcement and strong framework for accountability. That is why we welcome the increased investment in police visibility, specialized units, crime intelligence, and modernized technology, while also ensuring that IPID and the Civilian Secretariat are empowered to play their oversight and police advisory roles effectively. We support the budget focus on improving police training, discipline, and community relations. A well-resourced, professional, and ethical police service is key to restoring a public trust and delivering justice. As the ANC, we applaud the continued prioritization of gender-based violence units and the implementation of the domestic violence and femicide strategies, which remain a national priority. This budget reflects our movement's values of accountability, service to the people, and transformation. It aligns with the National Development Plan and the ANC's vision of development state that protects and uplifts our people. As the ANC, we support this Vote 28 for police, and we welcome Minister Mandashe in the police. We are looking forward to working with you to arrest this criminal. We thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, I put the vote again. Are there any objections?
Chair. Yes. Before the object.
I've recognized the Chief Whip of the Opposition.
Chair, we would like to make a declaration.
Who wants to make a declaration?
Build One South Africa.
You have not indicated, but you may proceed.
We did.
Yes, you may proceed.
Thank you.
Thank you, House Chairperson. South Africa today has got 180,000 funded SEPS posts. This is down from 197,000 in 2012. What the story is telling you is that we've got less police today than we had in 2012. It also tells you a story about the fact that the ratio of policemen to citizen in certain communities standard is 1:350. In the community I come from in Dobsonville, that number goes up to 1:1200. There have been multiple commissions that have recommended the fact that we need to modernize and professionalize the police service. So, whilst we support the budget here, I think, honourable members, we need not live under any illusion to say that we have fully funded the police. The harsh reality of it is that perhaps isn't it time that we cut VIP protection and allocate more police to the people of this country, prioritize the people above the politicians. I thank you, Honourable House Chairperson.
Thank you. I put the vote again. Are there any objections? Chief Whip of the Opposition.
Thank you, House Chair. MK Party objects and we call for division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Honourable members, take up your allocated seats. Honourable members, will you take up your allocated seats? Honourable members, will you take up your allocated seats? Honourable Minister of Social Development, will you take up your allocated seat? Honourable Minister. Thank you. Honourable members, the question before the House is that vote number 28 police be agreed to. Voting will now commence. The ANC.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. With 148 votes, we vote in favour. Thank you.
The DA.
77 vote in favour.
MK.
MK with 45, we vote against.
EFF.
EFF 37, voting against.
The IFP.
IFP with 12 in support.
The PA.
PA with 9 in support.
FF plus.
6 in support.
Action SA.
Action SA with 5, we reject.
ACDP.
The ACDP with 2 against.
UDM.
2 in favour.
UDM.
2 in favour.
Thank you. Rise.
2 support.
Bosa.
2 in support.
ATM.
1 against.
Al Jama.
Al Jama, 2 members in support.
NCC. PAC.
1 in favour.
UAT. Good.
1 in support.
Is there any member that wish to abstain or vote differently to their party? If none, the voting session is closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. There's 262 members that voted in favour, 90 against. There's 0 abstentions. Vote number 28, police, is thus agreed to. Honourable members, I will now suspend proceedings until 5:45, that is 5:45 p.m. for a break. The bells will be rung 10 minutes before we commence proceedings again. Proceedings are now suspended.
Hi guys, it's Charlie.
Chairperson.
Please be seated. Honourable members, we shall now resume with the consideration of votes and schedule to the Appropriation Bill. I request the honourable members to take up their seats as soon as possible. Honourable members, we will now proceed to vote 29, Agriculture. Declaration of vote has been requested, and I call upon the DA to make the first declaration.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. Agriculture was the fastest growing sector of our economy in the first quarter of this year. This is a testament to the sector's resilience and potential when given the right policy environment and leadership. Expanding market access is critical to securing the future of our producers and improving rural incomes. We therefore welcome Minister Steenhuisen's continued efforts to open new export markets all across the world for South African agricultural products. Agriculture remains one of the most labour-absorbing sectors in our country, and targeted investment in and proper assistance to our agricultural sector can drive real job creation in our rural communities where opportunity is scarce. We welcome the Minister's efforts to increase the vaccine production capacity of OBP and ARC. These facilities that have been neglected in the past are vital for local vaccine manufacturing and animal health security. Our farmers and farm workers need to be safe, because without them, this budget will be meaningless. We therefore want to applaud Minister Steenhuisen's efforts to address the matter of farm murders on the international stage in the Oval Office, as well as locally here in South Africa. Honourable Chairperson, the two most important things required to turn this country around is growing our economy and creating jobs. Agriculture can lead our quest to achieve both. The Democratic Alliance supports this budget.
MK.
Sure. 5,000 agricultural professionals are unemployed. Bakapalani in Krondal in Northwest have been gazetted their land, but it is not being given because of white farmers who are being protected. Also in Pumalanga was given money to empower our people. They chase away our people just like in the Forced Removal Act in the apartheid days, and they chow the money. And then, this is against this background that I'm saying this budget is not addressing the following. It's not addressing the return of the productive land properties that were taken by the white regime since the 1913 Land Act on the 19th of June, so that we redress the imbalances of ownership in the past. The state took our food production land to give to white people. They declared the land of Amakosi as colonies of exploitation, colonies of white settlers, colonies of contestation. They initiated the Bambata Revolt in 1906 to force black people to go and work in their farms for free and in their industries under pretense that they need to have money to pay poll tax. Since then, we started the culture of labor tenants. When we refused to work on their farms, they took our grazing land and farm production land for their gain in order to be able to sell to foreign market at the expense of national food security agenda. Today we eat food from the white shops when we used to farm for our own needs. All these white commercial farmers, they owe blacks opportunity cost. In economics, opportunity cost is the value of the foregone opportunity. The black people lost an opportunity for 112 years since their land dispossession. In economics, we have 4 factors of production, i.e. land, buildings, owners' equity, and labor, if you want to participate in the economy. The blacks are systematically and structurally marginalized from participating in the economy. They are only needed for cheap labor and to be their clientele. It is a fact that blacks are 92% population owning 13% of productive land, whilst the whites are 8% population yet owning 87% of productive land. This budget is the reason why the land claim process is not being finished, because the commercial farmers who prioritizes profits over food security. In the history of our black kingdoms, our food was never produced by whites. We were using a barter trade where we exchange a commodity for another. They came and introduced monetary economy, but they excluded blacks from participating in that monetary economy. The banks only capitalizes farms that are owned by whites, stolen from blacks through Forced Removal Act. Thank you.
The ACDP. The ACDP.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The ACDP has called for increasing measurable outcomes in farmer support and market access, while urging investment in veterinary services and irrigation infrastructure, particularly for youth, women and small-scale farmers. On the 8th of July, the ACDP raised concerns on the avian flu vaccination, and we welcome the Minister approaching us in terms of those concerns and look forward also to some of the responses. But we noted that the United States is one of the largest exporters of poultry globally and has most importing nations saying no to vaccinated poultry. The rationale is that if you vaccinate with a leaky vaccine, you turn those flocks into mutation factories. Now, in terms of our GMO Act 15 of 1997, the three poultry vaccines, Victimune, Boehringer, and Zoetis, are considered gene therapy and genetically modified vaccines. The Victimune H5 recombinant vaccine uses the herpes virus of turkeys in chickens, and it was used in 2021, 2022, and 2023 unsuccessfully against poultry influenza outbreaks. If used now, the question is what will make it successful? The known problems with the vaccines, including antigenic and immunoglobulin shift and the differences between natural infection and vaccination being difficult to discern, we need to know what analysis did the Minister, together with the GMO Executive Council, make to ensure that no environmental disasters develop, including species jump from mammals to humans. And the ACDP also asked what longitudinal studies, if any, have been conducted giving consideration to the effect of these vaccines on humans. As kingdom builders committed to protecting the health and other interests of all South Africans, the ACDP will not accept this budget vote. Thank you.
The ANC.
House Chair, point of order.
Yes, Honourable Member.
House Chair, we did indicate that we would like to declare on this vote, please.
You may proceed. I don't have the party name here, but you may proceed, Honourable Member.
Thank you, House Chair.
Dankie. Agbare Huisvoorsitter. Terwyl die ANC landbou verwaarloos het en die MK beweer onderste poort in die Landbounavorsingsraad die net die kommersiële landbou, ervaar dieregesondheid die een terugslag na die ander. Suid-Afrika se onvermoë om back and closure onder beheer te bring is oor dekades heen deur die ANC vervaardig. Al die ANC's, dies wat tans in die EFF sit, die in die MK en die wat steeds in die ANC sit. Traceability and inoculation of vaccination is the key to solving the foot and mouth disease crisis. The ball for that is firmly in this department's hands. I thank you.
The ANC.
Honourable House Chairperson, the ANC support vote 29 Agricultural 2025 Appropriation Bill, guided by the Freedom Charter principle that the land shall be shared amongst those who work it. As the ANC, we prioritize farm support and food security to combat hunger and rural poverty. Through the ANC-led GNU programs, we continue building an inclusive, resilient agricultural sector that empowers the poor and advances transformation in our lifetime. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, I put the vote again. Are there any objections?
Yes.
EFF?
Thank you, House Chair. Please note the objection of the EFF and we call for a division.
The division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Honourable members, the question before the House is that vote 29 agriculture be agreed to. Voting will now commence. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chairperson. With 146 members, we vote in favour. Thank you.
The DA.
74 vote in favour.
MK.
51 members, we vote against.
EFF.
37 members voting against.
IFP.
IFP 12 in support.
PA.
PA 9 in support.
FF Plus.
6 in support.
Action SA.
Action SA, otherwise called ASA, votes in support. We are 5.
ACDP.
ACDP 2 against.
UDM.
UDM 2 in favor.
RISE.
2 support.
BOSA.
1 support.
ATM.
1 against.
Al-Jamaa.
Al-Jamaa, 2 members in support.
NCC.
1 against, Speaker.
PAC.
1 in favor.
UAT.
1 against.
Good.
1 in favor, thank you.
Is there any member that wish to abstain or vote differently to their party? None. The voting session is closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. 261 voted in favour, 93 voted against. There's no abstentions. Vote 29, agriculture, is thus agreed to. I now put to you vote number 30, communications and digital technologies. There's a request for declaration from the DA.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The 2024 elections ushered in a new dawn for South Africa, breaking 30 years of single-party domination. The DA firmly supports the GNU, which brought us fresh and progressive ministers. In the Department of Communication and Digital Technologies, we have seen Minister Malatsi restore good governance.
Honourable member, can you just speak into the microphone? I can't hear you.
I do apologize. The GNU gave us new ministers with fresh, progressive ideas. In the Department of Communication and Digital Technologies, we have seen Minister Malatsi restore good governance. The launch of cyber labs by Minister Malatsi in underserved communities speaks to the DA's commitment to create an equal opportunity society. The sector had welcomed Minister Malatsi's open door policy. This has resulted in the removal of 9% luxury tax on smartphones under 2,500 rands, making cell phones more accessible. Lastly, the DA welcomes the relaxation of SETA regulations for procurement of ICT services by government departments. No more system is offline. We support Minister Malatsi's vision and we support this budget vote.
The ANC.
Chairperson, thank you so much. It seems as though all the declarations of the DA today are actually praise singing of their ministers. The ANC does support this budget vote, not because the ministry is doing a great job, but because we need to do a great job for the people of South Africa by approving this budget. We have noted, unfortunately, with concern the regressive nature of the department when it came to the tabling of its APPs and strategic outcomes. The African National Congress, we call for the renewal of the Electronic Communication Act of 2005 as we consider this review crucial in ensuring a transformed and inclusive telecommunication sector. The SABC bill, which the Honourable Minister has withdrawn, has become crucial for the continued function of the national broadcaster. If the current serious financial limitations of SABC, which has an 85% delinquency rate on license fees, is not addressed, it will lead to the compromised editorial independence that may result in public mandate of the broadcaster being compromised. Honourable Chairperson, the Post Bank is uniquely positioned to serve as a hub for the unbanked and the underbanked. The department must ensure that Post Bank receives its commercial license so that banking is not only restricted to the privileged. Finally, the South African Post Office had always been a center for connecting services with the most remote areas. The existing infrastructure of SAPO must be revitalized to ensure that this critical entity of transformation and development is not lost. Our support for the budget, Chairperson, is grounded on the clear understanding that the department has a responsibility to bridge the digital divide which this budget seeks to achieve. We recognize the department's role and responsibility going forward in promoting digital transformation and to ultimately unlock opportunities in the digital economy, and the ANC will support this vote. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, I put the vote again. Are there any objections?
Yes.
The EFF?
Please note the objection of the EFF and you are calling for a division.
Division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Honourable Members, the question before the House is that vote number 30, Communications and Digital Technologies, be agreed to. Voting will now commence. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The ANC with 146 votes, we support.
DA. 73 in favour.
MK.
51 against.
EFF.
Thank you, House Chair. 36 in the House voting against.
IFP.
The IFP 12 in support.
PA.
The PA 9 in support.
FF Plus.
6 in support.
Action SA.
4 in support.
ACDP.
The ACDP has 2 in support.
UDM.
2 in support.
RISE.
2 support.
BOSA.
1 in support.
ATM.
1 against.
Al-Jama.
Al-Jama, 2 members, always in support.
NCC.
1 member against.
PAC.
1 in support.
UAT.
UAT decline.
Good.
1
UAT. May I get back to UAT? Can you just repeat, Honourable Member?
UAT reject.
Reject. Good.
1 in support.
Thank you. Are there any member that wish to abstain or vote differently from their party? There's none. Voting session is closed. Honourable Members, the outcome of the division is as follows. 261 voted in favour, 90 against, there's no abstentions. Vote 30, Communications and Digital Technologies, is thus agreed to. Honourable Members, I now put to you vote number 31, Employment and Labour. Requests for declarations have been received. The DA.
Chairman, we in the Democratic Alliance vote in support of vote 31, despite service delivery problems in the horrific UIF and the disastrous workmen's compensation. It is agreed that job creation and economic growth is our urgent goal. We still
Honourable
face the
Member,
worst.
can you just speak clearly into the microphone so that we can hear what you are saying? We can't hear you.
We agreed that job creation and economic growth is our urgent goal. We still face the worst unemployment in the world, but every political party must align itself behind job creation. We might have differences of opinion as to how it must be done, but we have to get Labour working once again. Thank you.
MK?
Where do I put it on this? Oh, okay, it's on. Oh, today we vote against. Today we vote against this budget because, as the MKP, we know our people deserve better and we can do more. The budget is not just inadequate; it is shameful. It is recycled. Stale commitments, ignores glaring inequalities, and offers no transformative path forward for the millions trapped in joblessness. Rural youth remain sidelined, unemployed, graduates are left stranded. Digital and career infrastructure is not existent in the places that need it most. Unemployed youth sit at 60%, and yet amidst the cries for justice and agency, we see tenders like the one fraudulent awarded to Petro Security slipping through the cracks. We raised this issue, demanded answers. MK called for transparency, but nothing was done. No inquiry, no investigation, just silent. That silence is complicity, and we will not complicit. We demand a state-led job creation program that put SA first. This budget must be restructured to serve people, not cronies. Redirect funds to community employment programs, empower labor inspectorate, target the youth with scalable, accountable initiative. MKP reject this budget. MKP reject the corruption that surrounds it. MKP reject the cowardice that allows injustice to persist. South Africa does not need another speech. It needs action. And here we demand it.
Action SA. Order, honourable members.
Honourable Chair, when assessing a budget, it's important not to get emotional. However, with the Department of Employment and Labour, it's hard not to. As a father of 4, I can only imagine the pain of being unemployed. It is not just the absence of work, it is a suffocating darkness that consumes hope, dignity and self-worth. There are close to 12 million unemployed South Africans suffocating in that darkness. Under this ministry, and importantly, and under the GNU, the expanded unemployment rate has worsened, climbing to 43.1%. According to the latest figures, nearly 300,000 people lost their jobs in the first quarter of 2025 alone. That means 5,000 South Africans will return home today without jobs, another 5,000 tomorrow, and the same number every working day that follows. This is the ministry of no jobs. What is most disconcerting is that when asked whether the Minister takes any responsibility for these job losses, the answer was an emphatic and uncompassionate no. Minister, if not you, then who? If not your department, then whose job is it to care? This is the ministry of no responsibility. Action SA cares, and as such, on behalf of every one of the 12 million unemployed, Action SA rejects the budget of the Ministry of No Jobs and No Responsibility.
The ANC.
Chairperson,
Yes, honourable member.
I apologize. We also indicated that we would like to declare on this vote as well.
Okay, will you send one of the whips to come and sort it out with the table in front because it doesn't appear here? But you may proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. While I send my whip, I will proceed with the declaration. House Chair, during a question and answer session in this House earlier this year, the Minister of Employment and Labour stated that they, and I'm not sure who they are, will force transformation down the throats of those who benefited. This is an alarming statement by a minister who is supposed to serve and respect all South Africans in the Republic equally. Alarming but not surprising, because for many years the ANC has forced more than that down the throats of South Africans. Poor service delivery, fraud, corruption, and in the case of the Department of Labour and Employment, outdated political ideology that has only led to worsening unemployment, poverty, and the social ills that go with it. The voice of the people in public participation processes with regards to legislation such as the Employment Equity Amendment Act and its regulations have been blatantly ignored, just as the Minister has blatantly ignored court applications in this regard. The department continues to make an enemy of the private sector, the largest employment creator in the country, to the detriment of the people of South Africa. Hierdie departement se begroting word aangewend om gefaalde ANC-ideologie in al die mense van Suid-Afrika se kele af te druk en sal die VF+ dit dus nie kan ondersteun nie. Dankie.
The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. The ANC stands in unwavering solidarity with the working class, reaffirming its unshakable support for the Appropriation Bill for the Department of Employment and Labour. This bill is a crucial step towards dismantling the shackles of inequality and oppression, fostering a future where every South African can live with dignity. We recognize the imperative of creating sustainable employment opportunities, bridging the gap between the have and have-nots, and empowering our people through comprehensive skill development programs. Through strategic public-private partnership and well-resourced labor market initiatives, we will drive transformative growth, challenge the status quo, and build an economy that truly serves the interest of the many, not just the privileged few. The ANC remains committed to the revolutionary task of constructing a society that is just, equitable, and prosperous for all, where the rural poor and working class communities are at the forefront of our efforts. The ANC leads, the ANC lives, the ANC supports this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, I put the vote again. Are there any objections?
Yes.
Chief of the MK.
Thank you, House Chair. MK objects and we call for division.
Division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Honourable Members, the question before the House is to agree to vote number 31, Employment and Labour. Voting will now commence. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chairperson. With 146 votes, we support.
The DA.
73 in favour.
MK.
51 against. Thank you.
EFF.
36 against.
IFP.
12 in support.
PA.
9 in support.
Action SA.
Action SA 5 and we reject.
ACDP.
2 in favour.
UDM.
2 in support.
RISE.
2 support.
BOSA.
2 in support.
ATM.
1 against.
Al-Jama.
Al-Jama, 2 members in support.
NCC.
1 member against.
PAC.
1 in favor.
UAT.
1 against.
Good.
1 support.
Is there any member that wish to abstain or vote
Chair.
differently? ACDP. My
Freedom
apologies.
Plus. You didn't call the FF plus.
FF plus.
6 members abstain, Chair. Thank you.
My apologies. Is there any member that wish to abstain or vote differently? Do you want to vote differently, Honourable Reddy, from your party? Okay, I'm busy in the voting session. I'll come to you. The voting session is now closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. 252 voted in favour, 95 voted against, there's 6 abstentions. Vote 31, employment and labour, is agreed to. Honourable members, I now put vote number 32, forestry, fisheries and the environment. There's a request for declarations. The DA.
As Chairperson, under Minister Dr. Deon George, the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment has outlined 6 clear priorities and redirected limited funds towards areas of real impact, the results of which are already visible. Coastal communities have gained expanded and diversified fishing rights, small-scale fishers and SMMEs are receiving support to build viable livelihoods, and a national program is underway to restore all 12 fishing harbours and stimulate local economies. The fight against wildlife crime has been stepped up with better intelligence, enforcement and successful prosecutions from abalone to pangolins and rhino. Endangered species like the African penguin have also received renewed attention. Internationally, South Africa is once again a serious voice on climate, biodiversity and sustainability. From SADC to the UN and the G20, Minister George has led with clarity and credibility. The DA supports this vote. Thank you.
The ANC.
The ANC support the budget vote 32. As a matter of urgency, we must map out a coordinated approach for the implementation of Climate Change Act, as well as other programs such as cleaning and greening programs through district development model. Equally, we will intensify our oversight over the efficient and effective spending of 9.8 billion budget allocation to the department to ensure that it contributes to government's immediate task of inclusive growth and job creation. I thank you.
Thank you. I put the vote again. Are there any objections?
Yes.
Chief Whip of the Opposition.
Thank you, Chair. MK objects and calls for division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Honourable members, the question before the House is that vote 32, forestry, fisheries and the environment, be agreed to. Voting will now commence. The ANC.
With 146 votes, we support.
DA.
73 in favour.
MK.
No, they've just sabotaged us, Chair. 51 against.
EFF. May I ask the technicians to check the microphones because it seems as if some of the microphones are not working.
"36 in the House voting against."
Thank you. The IFP. Can we get a mobile mic towards the back where the other members are sitting?
No, mine's coming.
Thank you, Chair. The IFP is 12 in support.
Thank you. The PA?
The PA with 9 in support.
FF Plus?
6 in support.
Action SA?
Action SA 5 we support.
ACDP?
ACDP is 2 in support.
UDM?
2 in support.
RISE?
2 support.
OSA?
2 in support.
ATM?
1 against.
Al-Jama?
Al-Jama, 2 members in support.
NCC?
1 member against.
PAC?
1 in favour.
UAT?
1 against.
Good.
1 support.
Is there a member who wishes to abstain or vote differently from their party? There's none. The voting session is closed. FF Plus, can you confirm your number of members present?
It's 5 in support.
5
Chair.
members. Thank you. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. 262 voted in favour, 90 against, no abstentions, vote 32. Forestry and Fisheries is thus agreed to. Honourable members, I now put to you vote number 33, Human Settlements. Declaration of votes have been received.
Let's see. Let's go.
Action SA.
Thank you, House Chairperson. While the manipulative chest-pained DA has flip-flopped on principle, first declaring on Monday that they would not support the troubled budget of the corruption-accused Minister Thembi Mselemalane, only to backtrack days later, Action SA remains consistent. We will vote against a budget riddled with failure, a budget that no rational party with integrity can support. In the words of the Honorable Dr. Kgosi Letlape, Action SA will not support vote 33 for the Department of Refugee Camps. I thank you.
Was that because of no vet?
Al-Jama.
Al-Jama, 2 members support.
So you don't have a declaration. The NCC. Order, honourable members. The NCC, do you have a declaration?
The NCC will not support this budget for the same reasons proposed by Action SA. We watch in anticipation to see the Democratic Alliance sell the last principles of blue lights. But remember, this is the same Democratic Alliance responsible for the housing crisis in the Western Cape. The same people that sent back 1 billion rand to the Treasury unspent because squatter camps and a filthy Cape Flats is why they exist. Thank you.
Thank you, honourable members. Honourable members, I put the vote again. Are there any objections?
Yes.
Chief Whip of the Opposition.
Thank you, as Chair. MK objects and we call for division.
Division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds.
We want to see those ones there.
Honourable members, the question before the House is for vote number 33, human settlements, to be agreed to. Voting will now commence. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The ANC with 146 votes, we support.
DA.
73 in favour.
MK. MK.
MK with integrity, 51, we reject this.
EFF.
EFF 36 voting against.
IFP.
IFP with 12 we support.
PA.
PA with 9, we support.
FF Plus.
5 in favour.
Action SA.
5 in rejection.
ACDP.
ACDP votes 2 against.
UDM.
2 in support.
Rice.
2 support.
BOSA.
2 in support.
ATM.
1 against.
Al-Jama.
Al-Jama, 2 in support.
NCC.
1 seat, 100% against.
PAC.
1 in favor.
UAT.
1 against.
Good.
1 support.
Is there any member that wish to abstain or vote differently from their party? None. Voting session is closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. 255 voted in favour, 97 against, there's no abstentions. Vote 33, human settlements is thus agreed to. I now put to you vote 34, mineral and petroleum resources. Request for declaration, Action SA.
Thank you, Chair. In our culture, human dignity for the dead is essential. Can we make sure that the Lily Mine 3 are brought up so that their families can find closure? We now need to provide mineral and beneficiation rights. People should not be licensed to mine and take the resources away. Let's stop lip service to that policy. Let us lead by ensuring that the coals benefit South Africa so that we can protect our roads and produce affordable electricity. We have the first right to the coal beneath our feet so that electricity can be affordable. There's no way you can stimulate an economy with imported green energy that none of us can afford when we have coal that we can convert, responding to international emission standards.
Honourable member, the time allocated to your party has now expired. You won't have further time available to make declarations. The ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The ANC supports Budget Vote 34 for mineral and petroleum resources. This allocation drives the sustainable development of our mineral wealth and supports upstream petroleum growth, essential for energy security, industrialization and transformation. We endorse this budget while urging that accelerated regulatory reform and improved governance in state-owned entities, as highlighted by the Portfolio Committee. Crucially, this vote advances transformation in the sector, ensuring that black communities, especially from mine-hosting areas, benefit meaningfully from South Africa's mineral wealth and its beneficiation. The ANC proudly supports this budget vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I put the vote again. Are there any objections? The Chief Whip.
MK objects and we call for division.
The division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Honourable members, the question before the House is for vote 34, mineral and petroleum resources to be agreed to. Voting will now commence. The ANC.
Thanks, House Chairperson. The ANC with 146 members vote in favour.
The DA.
74 in favour.
MK.
51 against.
EFF.
EFF 36 in the House voting against.
IFP.
IFP, we are 12, we vote in favour.
PA.
PA with 9 voting in favour.
FF plus.
5 in favour.
Action SA.
Action SA 5 and we reject.
ACDP.
The ACDP is 2 voting in favour.
The UDM.
2 support.
RISE.
2 support.
BOSA.
2 in support.
ATM.
1 against.
Al-Jama.
Al-Jama, 2 members in support.
NCC.
1 against.
PAC.
1 in support.
UAT.
1 against.
Good.
1 in support.
Is there any member that wish to abstain or vote differently from their party? It's none. The voting session is closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. 258 voted in favour, 95 against, There's no abstentions. Vote 34. Mineral and Petroleum Resources is thus agreed to. I put to you vote 35, Science and Innovation. There's no request for declaration. I thus put the vote. Are there any objections?
Yes.
The Chief Whip.
Please note the objection of the MK Party.
The objection is noted.
Please note the objection of the EFF, and we are calling for a division.
Division having been called for, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Order, honourable members. Will members take up their seats, please? The question before the House is that vote 35, Science and Innovation, be agreed to. Voting will now commence. The ANC.
Thanks, House Chairperson, with 146 votes in support.
The DA.
74 in favour.
MK.
MK 51 against.
EFF.
Thank you, House Chair. 36 in the House voting against.
IFP.
IFP 12, we vote in favour.
PA.
PA 9, we vote in favour.
FF Plus.
5 in favour.
Action SA. Action SA.
4 in favour.
ACDP.
2 voting against.
UDM.
2 in support.
RISE.
2 support.
BOSA.
2 in support.
ATM.
1 against.
Al-Jamaa.
Al-Jamaa, 2 members in support.
NCC.
1 against.
PAC.
1 in favor.
UAT.
1 against.
Good.
1 in support.
Is there any member that wish to abstain or vote differently from their party? If none, the voting session is closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. 260 voted in favour, 92 against, no abstentions, vote 35. Science and Innovation is agreed to. I now put to you vote 36, Small Business Development. Request for declaration, the DA.
Thank you, Chair. Small businesses matter. Inclusive economic growth and job creation is the solution to rebuild South Africa. We need to support start-up entrepreneurs, not enriching the connected few. South Africa's economy relies heavily on MSMEs to restore many of our job seekers' dignity. For them, they are light in the tunnel. The DA is serious about their role in the GNU. Deputy Minister Sithole will ensure that bold reforms are implemented. The cutting of red tape, the prompt appointment of the SMME ombuds, and the empowering of small businesses through a sustainable start-up nation plan. Let's invest in enterprise, not excuses. Let's build jobs, not just budgets. The DA support the budget.
BOSA.
Thank you, Chair. Small businesses in this country are still struggling. They are in crisis in the informal sector. We have entrepreneurs that are burdened by red tape, by market exclusion, and by rising costs. We have recycled and irrelevant programs that are initiated by the Department of Small Business Development every single year. We have incubators that are run by disconnected middlemen that are just ticking boxes in the same way that the minister is just ticking boxes. We have funding institutions that are not fit for purpose, that have commercial terms like banks, which don't in any way empower our small businesses. We have a disconnect between the budget and the reality. There is no innovation. There is no meaningful shift. Entrepreneurs are spoken about, but they are not listened to. For this department to work at all, we at the very least need a new minister. And that is our declaration as Build One South Africa. Thank you.
The ANC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. The ANC support vote 36. We support the budget for its strong commitment to empowering small businesses, cooperatives and entrepreneurs. We are of the view that the targeted funding will improve business environment, access to finance and expand market. We believe that supporting MSMEs will lead to massive job creation, poverty alleviation and environmental sustainability. We commend the work that has been done by SEFA and its other institutions to support small businesses. The ANC support the budget.
Honourable members, I put the vote again. Are there any objections?
Yes.
EFF?
Thank you, House Chair. Please note the objection of the EFF and you are calling for a division.
Division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Honourable members, the question before the House is that vote number 36, small business development, be agreed to. Are there any objections? Yes?
Thank you, House Chair. Please note the objection of the EFF and you are calling for a
My
division.
hand was up, Chair. Who did you
my
recognize?
apologies. Yeah.
It was up, Chair. Who did you
my
recognize?
apologies. Yeah.
Thank you. Please note the objection of MK Party and we call for division.
Okay. My mistake. My apologies. Honourable members, as indicated, the question before the House is that vote number 36 be agreed to. Voting will now commence. The ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. The ANC, with 146 members, we vote in support.
The DA.
73 in favour.
MK.
50 against.
EFF.
36 voting against.
IFP.
12 in support.
PA.
9 in support.
FF plus.
5 in favour.
Action SA.
5 in support.
ACDP.
ACDP is 2 in support.
UDM.
2 in favor.
RISE.
2 support.
BOSA.
2 in support.
ATM.
1 against.
Al-Jama.
Al-Jama, 2 members in support.
The NCC.
1 against.
PAC.
1 in favor.
UAT.
1 against.
Good.
1 in support.
Is there any member that wish to abstain or vote differently from their party? There's none. The voting session is closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows: 262 in favour, 89 against, no abstentions. Vote 36. Small business development is agreed to. I now put to you vote number 37, sports, arts and culture. We received a request for declarations. The DA.
House Chairperson, the department's letter and decision to allocate zero funding to SASCOC is concerning. The consequences are dire. It will collapse high-performance and weaken sport as a national development instrument. SESCOC is the apex body mandated by law to oversee high-performance sport at the Olympic, Paralympic, multi-code international competitions. Claims of direct funding to athletes rings hollow. Without functioning federations, there is no pipeline, no performance, and no preparation. The claim that DISAC already allocated 9 million to SESCOC for the Region 5 Games and didn't fund them this year is misleading. The Region 5 Games is a government mandate since its inception. The timing of a 12 million rand withdrawal is questionable, as the department has not submitted through Treasury yet the change to allocation for SESCOC, as this bill has not been passed yet. Sport is a national asset. Funds withdrawal to SESCOC undermines the spirit of democracy, transformation, social cohesion, and inclusivity. The DA supports this budget vote. I thank you.
The PA, Patriotic Alliance, do we have a declaration? You have a declaration?
Yes, Honourable House Chair. Thank you, Minister Mackenzie and Deputy Minister Mabe, for the best performing department, Sports, Arts and Culture. Minister Mantashe must zoom into this department who brings gold in abundance through our Tambo Airport. The Minister of Happiness is always at the airport when our rugby, cricket, athletics, UFC and dancing champs, to name a few, come home with tons of gold. We thank you, Minister Mackenzie, for being the pride and glue of our nation. This is a GNU that's working, and this is the best performing department. We have to support this vote. Thank you.
The UDM.
Thank you, House Chair. Honourable Minister, equal treatment of different sporting codes by government is very important for fairness, for social cohesion, and the overall development of sport in South Africa. Our concern primarily, there seems to be preferential treatment, especially on the part of government. Not your fault, it preceded you, where there seemed to be in the past to be a tendency to prioritize certain sporting codes over others. Cricket played recently and won that. Was it the T20? I didn't see the president calling the president, the captain of the cricket, to wish him luck. I don't see politicians falling all over themselves when other sporting codes are playing, behaving like groupies, wanting selfies all the time in support of our national teams. We must also not allow SAFA to, as you would call it, Baizani, when it comes to Banyana in particular, and the ill treatment of those players. Even though they were defending champions in the WAFCON, they had to protest in order to demand the payment of salaries which they didn't receive for 2 months. These are some of the leadership issues we need to address in the Sports and Recreation Department in particular. We support the budget.
Al-Jama. Is there a declaration from Al-Jama?
Honourable Speaker, honourable members of this House, in the name of Almighty, the most gracious, the most merciful, I rise today to affirm that sports, arts and culture are not luxuries. They are essential tools of transformation, empowerment and unity in our beloved nation. In every township and rural village, our youth are yearning for opportunity, and through sports and cultural expression, they find hope, purpose and identity. Sports instill discipline, build character, and unite communities beyond race, religion, and language. We must strengthen school and community-based programs and upgrade our sporting infrastructure, especially in disadvantaged areas. Arts and culture preserve our heritage and inspire creativity. They carry the heartbeat of our people, from indigenous music and poetry to Islamic calligraphy and cultural festivals. These expressions must be funded, protected, and celebrated. As the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ said, teach your children swimming, archery, and horse riding, reminding us that physical and artistic excellence go hand in hand with spiritual growth. That this Parliament commit to investing in these vital sectors, not only to grow our economy and tourism, but to build a cohesive, confident, and culturally rich South Africa. Let us honor our past, empower our present, and inspire our future through sports, arts, and culture. Al-Jamaa intends inviting Palestinian soccer players, males and females. Locally, very recently, our former mayor has been leading by example with soccer and promoting youth soccer in Soweto. I thank you so much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The ANC.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. The African National Congress supports this budget as an instrument of putting our people first and promoting social cohesion and nation building. Through this budget, we will reinvest in grassroots sports, preserve our heritage, boost job creation in the creative sector, and support performing arts. As ANC, we reaffirm our commitment to a united, educated, and active South Africa. As the ANC, we commit our support to Banyana Banyana with the commitment that they continue to do in putting South Africa on the map. We also congratulate the Junior Springbok for winning World Rugby Under-20 Championships. As the ANC, we support Vote 37 of Sports, Arts and Culture. Thank you, Chair.
Honourable members, I put the vote again. Are there any objections?
Yes.
Thank you, House Chair. As long as our artists continue to die in poverty and hunger, we reject this budget and call for division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Honourable members, the question before the House is that vote number 37, Sports, Arts and Culture, be agreed to. Voting will now commence. The ANC.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chairperson. 146 votes in support. Thank you.
The DA.
73 in favour.
MK.
51 against.
EFF.
EFF 36 in the House, voting against.
IFP.
IFP 12 in support.
EA.
Patriotic Alliance 9, and we are voting in favour.
FF Plus.
5 in favour.
Action SA.
Action SA are 5 and we support.
ACDP.
The ACDP is 2 in support.
UDM. UDM.
2 in support, Chair.
RISE.
2 support.
BOSA.
Also has 2 members in the House in support.
ATM.
1 against.
Al-Jamaa.
Al-Jamaa, 2 members in support.
NCC.
1 member in support.
PAC.
1 in support.
UAT.
1 against.
Good.
1 support.
Is there any member that wish to abstain or vote differently from the party? It's none. The voting session is closed.
We are getting to
Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. 263 in favour, 89 against, no abstentions, vote 37. Sports, Arts and Culture is thus agreed to. Members, I put to you vote number 38, tourism. There's no request of declarations. Are there any objections?
Yes.
Please note the objection of the MK party.
EFF.
Please note the objection of the EFF, and we are calling for a division.
The division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Honourable members, the question before the House is that vote number 38, tourism, be agreed to. Voting will now commence. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chairperson. With 146 members, we vote in favour.
The DA.
73 in favour.
MK.
50 against.
EFF.
EFF 36 in the House, voting against.
IFP.
IFP 12 in support.
PA.
PA 9 in support.
FF Plus.
5 in support.
Action SA.
5 in support.
ACDP.
The ACDP is 2 in support.
UDM.
2 in support.
RISE.
2 support.
BOSA.
BOSA is 2 in support.
Al-Jamaa.
Al-Jamaa, 2 members in support.
ATM.
1 against.
NCC. NCC. PAC.
1 in support.
UAT.
1 against.
Good.
1 support.
Is there any member that wish to abstain or vote different from their party? There's none. The voting session is closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. 262 in support, 88 against, no abstentions, vote 38, tourism is agreed to. I now put to you vote number 39, trade, industry and competition. Declaration of vote requests have been received. The DA.
The Department of Trade, Industry and Competition has set itself the goal of driving growth and job creation through digitization, diversification and decarbonisation. On diversification, there can be no doubt that in these times of trade turmoil brought about by the US tariffs, achieving a broader spread of trading partners is a top priority. On decarbonisation, achieving SA's targets will require investment in new technologies and partnerships with global leaders in low emissions industries that improve the competitiveness of our companies and drive exports. On digitisation, the focus must be on streamlining government services, reducing red tape and driving down the cost of doing business. The Omnibus Bill is a government-wide initiative led by the DTIC that must be fast-tracked with the aim of improving South Africa's ranking in the World Competitiveness Report and Ease of Doing Business Report. The DA supports this budget.
MK.
In a country where the unemployment rate exceeds 43%, where the average white household income is 4 times more than the black households, it requires a trade and industry policy that creates more than 2 million jobs per annum. Before the liberation movement became a political party, the majority of our people were excluded from participating in the economy. Hence, the founding fathers conceived the RDP program that would stimulate industrial activity, that would
also absorb the previously excluded population into the mainstream of the economy. Then the liberation movement became a political party with stakeholders and interests. It forgot about the people, it forgot about their plight, it abandoned the very revolutionary agenda it had been prepared to take arms for to free the people. The people want freedom from disease, they want freedom from hunger, they want freedom from hopelessness. 31 years after the false promise of independence, there are no factories in the townships and manufacturing still takes place based on apartheid spatial planning. There is no bold or imaginative leadership that has mapped out how industrialization can take place in villages and townships. Infrastructure in the form of roads, dams, railways, ports and waterways is in a state of decay. Instead, the government says that the private sector must lead industrialization program and invest when the government is not even making the catalytic investments that would make the private sector thrive. You see, the political party has abandoned its people. It lacks the imagination and creativity to march forward with them and finds that their problems are too heavy a burden to solve. They tell us it is not government's role to create jobs. They tell us the private sector has the money to invest and that whatever assets the government has must be transferred to the private sector. There are no employment creation targets, only inflation targets. How will we overcome when our imagination is that we must be satisfied with 1% annual economic growth when we have to create 2 million jobs every year? Where there is no vision, the people will perish. We are miles apart. MKP rejects this budget.
The ACDP. All honorable members.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. DTIC must increase its trade diplomacy effort in order to protect our exporters amid the current global tariff volatility. The ACDP has consistently called for the ramping up of beneficiation, taking our primary raw material to a more finished, higher export sales product. This, we said, must be associated with the beneficiation monitoring index to track progress or regress in this area. And we have warned that if we continue to export our raw potential, we will become importers of missed opportunity. Additionally, the ACDP also supports the drive for SEZs, SEZ expansion, SMME development, and the proper alignment of the AFCFTA. But as kingdom builders, emphasizing ethical governance, inclusive growth, and a shift from rhetoric to measurable delivery in trade and industrial policy, the ACDP cannot support race-based policies which enrich politically connected individuals while working against our already declining industrial base, thereby increasing unemployment, poverty, and inequality. The ACDP will not support this budget vote. Thank you.
Rise.
Na kenza mtshama xitulu ni ta nyika declaration ya me ni yime kwala ku ri ni ta va ni langutane qho na holobye holobye wa yi tiva mhaka leyi ni fanele ni yi vulavula i mhaka ya gambling vanhu va fa le handle holobye. It's a crisis. It's a huge crisis. So the last time we were debating, you did say that the National Gambling Policy Council is going to meet. And it's good that it has met. But we don't know the resolutions of that National Gambling Policy Council, unless it was for you to familiarize yourself with the people, saying that the National Gambling Council had not met for over 7 years. But of agency, Minister, is the regulations around advertising. This does not require a change in legislation, as we have said. If you can, together with the National Gambling Policy Council, deal with the matter of the gambling advertising, you will have assisted many South Africans. Because now these gambling operators are promising things that will never be achieved. That's the first thing. The second thing, Minister. So yesterday we were supposed to deal with the amendment that was tabled in 2018. It did not succeed. It had to be withdrawn. It is clear to us, and it must be clear to yourself and also the department, that we are trying to revive a dead horse. Let's not try to revive that bill. Let's can that bill and start the review of the gambling legislation from zero. Because trying to revive a bill that is no longer talking to the current crisis in South Africa is taking us a step back. So I appeal to you, now that the mediation report did not serve before the National Assembly yesterday, to be bold and withdraw the entire bill and table a new executive members' bill in Parliament that looks at all the matters. And even those ones that are illegal operating online, that unfortunately the internet service providers don't want to block them. Please don't stop. Our people are dying out there. These gambling companies are taking advantage of our poverty and the poverty of the people of South Africa. I appeal again to you, Minister. Please regulate gambling advertising. That is the legacy that you must leave for the people of this country.
Rosa?
The DTIC should lead economic inclusion, but it is currently stuck in a credibility crisis. The lottery's licensing scandal exposed deep governance flaws, and Minister, we're still waiting for you to publish the names of the adjudication panel, and this is important because it restores and salvages the moral authority of the department, which is so needed. Secondly, South Africa has 9 special economic zones, yet over 11 million people in South Africa are unemployed, of which many of them live in the townships. Spatial justice has to begin with how we invest and how we plan the economy, and so we are calling once again for strategic townships to be declared SEZs in South Africa. And lastly, it is important that we stabilize trade relations with the United States. While we have to diversify partnership and pursue multilateral trade, while we must pursue a multipolar approach, and while we must never be held hostage by the whims of another nation, it's important that we restore trade relations with the United States to our economy. I thank you.
ATM.
No declaration.
Thank you. The ANC.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The ANC supports the budget. Vote 39 of the DTIC. There is work that has been done on industrial policy which is underway, which is promising to focus on the industries of the future. And secondly, on transformation, there has been a renewed commitment to ensure that we work around issues of ownership, management and control, so that we ensure that our economy is transformed. Secondly, the butterfly strategy, which focuses on Africa in terms of our trade, is going to be the pillar that is going to help us to deal with issues. We have actually committed to ensure that issues of quotas, issues of localization and beneficiation using our mineral resources are going to be focal point for this administration. Hence, we welcome the work that is being done by transport and other SOEs to rebuild the network industries in South Africa so that we can ensure that there is improvement of network industries in the country. And I'm confident that if this budget is approved, we are going to see some changes. Of course, we have made some renewed proposals, which we hope that National Treasury and others, government in particular, will support us to ensure that we can ensure that we deal with issues of unemployment, poverty and inequality. The ANC support this budget. Thank you very much.
Chair.
I put the vote again.
Chair.
Yes, Honourable Member.
I'm very happy to see Honourable Mzwandile speaking, not reading word for word. There is a development.
Honourable Member. I put the vote again. Are there any objections?
Yes. Thank you, House Chair. Please note the objection of the EFF and we call for a division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Honourable members, the question before the House is that vote number 39, trade, industry and competition be agreed to. Voting will now commence. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The ANC with 146 votes, we support.
The DA.
74 in favour.
MK.
51 against.
EFF.
EFF with 35 in the House voting against.
The IFP.
IFP 12, we support.
PA.
PA 9, we support.
FF plus.
5 in support.
Action SA.
Action SA 5 will reject.
ACDP.
ACDP is 2, opposing.
UDM.
2 supports.
RISE.
2 support.
BOSA.
2 in support.
We didn't hear the vote declaration of RISE.
I did say 2 support.
And the UDM, the table couldn't hear.
2 support.
Thank you. ATM.
1 against.
Al-Jama.
Al-Jama, 2 support.
NCC.
1 against.
PAC.
1 in favour.
UAT.
1 against.
Good.
1 support.
Is there any member that wish to abstain or vote differently to their party? It's none. The voting session is closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows: 256 in favour, 96 against. There's no abstentions. Vote 39, trade, industry and competition is agreed to. Yes, honourable member.
Thank you, Speaker. I've always suspected Honourable Mantashe for taking something very strong when he comes to this plenary. He's been using some abusive words.
Honourable member.
Very abusive. And there's ladies sitting next to him. Please control him.
Honourable member.
Control this member, please.
Honourable member, you can discuss that with the Honourable Mantashe when you go outside. We are not going to entertain that now. I now put to you vote number 40, transport. Declarations of vote has been requested. I now call upon the DA, keeping in mind that the times are running out for parties and the DA only have 41 seconds to make this declaration.
Thank you very much. The DA supports with the below recommendations. We are calling on PRASA to fix the Kliptown train station. Secondly, we welcome the dismissal of the Road Accident Fund Board. The Minister must urgently appoint a new interim board. It must be a merit-based board and not cadre deployment. Its key performance indicator must be to fill all the Road Accident Fund senior vacancies within 4 months. Lastly, Chair, the driving license card machine is slowly becoming a new monument for grand-scale corruption and looting. The Special Investigating Unit must make arrests now. We welcome the intervention by the DA Minister of Home Affairs for assisting with a new driving license card. Well done to the DA for providing a solution on an ANC-created crisis. The DA supports
Honourable
this
member,
budget.
the time allocated to your party has now expired. Thank you. The FF Plus.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the FF Plus welcomes the sentence of a person earlier this month that has contributed to a financial loss at Transnet of 66 million during 2012 and 2015. We also welcome the order of this court that this person must pay back 300,000 rand to Transnet. This came after evidence were put in front of a Zondo Commission regarding this matter. The cash injection that Transnet received for an amount of 51 billion rand in the form of a state guarantee has probably saved the entities downgrading by Moody's ratings earlier this year, but Standard & Poor has adjusted Transnet credit downwards. This is problematic and a clear message that state guarantees to Transnet is not sustainable and that Transnet is not in a position to get rid of its bad debt. The FF Plus also welcomed the Minister's decision to dissolve the board of the Road Accident Fund. This entity have also lost plus minus 25 million rand due to the fact that the fund failed to defend against claims in the courts that have resulted in default judgments. It is also known that the fund often do not send legal teams to court and therefore the fund do not have legal representation. The failure of a road accident fund to carry out its constitutional duties leads to major problems that has enormous effects on victims' rights and payments being withheld. The road accident fund should be done away with. Instead, every motor vehicle owner should be compelled by legislation to take out third-party insurance. I thank you, Chairperson.
Rise Mzansi.
Nakenza mtramashtul ni perisana holobs kwa utlekeki. Holobs, the issue that we have in the transport space is the issue of agency oversight. So there are 3 agencies now that we know of: the Road Accident Fund, RTMC, and HNS. That there are so many allegations of maladministration and corruption and so forth. So if there's one area that we want this budget to strengthen, Minister, is the agency oversight. Today it's RAF, it's RTMC, it's HNS. Tomorrow it will be Sanral, or it will be SAA, and the many other entities that are there. But also ourselves as Rise Mzansi, we do welcome the work of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts that's led by our leader, Songezo, to look into the affairs of RAF. And even though the board, you have dismissed the board, they must still come to scope. They must not think that because they are no longer board members, they can no longer account. We need them to come so that we can get to the bottom of the road that's there at the Road Accident Fund, and we can clean it up so that it benefits the people of South Africa. We will support the budget. We'll support the budget, but please also encourage all the people that know what led to RAF to be in the state that it's in to come forward, reach out to our leader and chairperson of SCOPA, so that at the end of the day, we can clean up RAF. You have our support on that one, and we'll work very hard to ensure that RAF is cleaned up and proper people are appointed. This time there should be no political appointments. There should be no political appointments. Let's find the best South Africans to lead RAF and the best CEO to replace the current suspended CEO. On that one, you have our support as Rise Mzansi.
Bosa.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Minister, I want to celebrate the work you are doing in terms of the cleanup at RAF, along with what SCOPA is doing. We've got to do more. And secondly, I want to allow us as honorable members to say transport is an economic enabler. It helps workers get to work cheaper and they have disposable income. But it can also, if we dream hard enough, build a rail track between Bloemfontein, Mpumalanga and Northwest, so that the last piece of rail that was built in this country cannot
Honourable
be
Member, the time allocated to the party has now expired.
I thank you very much.
Thank you. The ANC.
Chair, would you allow the ACDP to make after the ANC? Thank you, Chair.
How much time do they have left? Just give us a few seconds.
Should I?
You may proceed. The ACDP, I'll come back to the ANC.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, in this department, the ACDP sees a litany of poor governance from PRASA to Transnet to the Provincial Roads Maintenance Grant of some 53.1 billion over the medium term, meant to fix our crumbling roads and bridges. On the 25th of May, the ACDP called on the Minister of Transport to intervene and provide respite to the residents and businesses of the Nkonyeni municipality after the Mzumkulu River Bridge leading to Port Shepstone was closed for repair. Now, adding insult to injury, the contractor has walked off the bridge repair project because the KZN Transport Department has failed to pay its contractors. The ACDP cannot support indifference, cannot support incompetence, neither will we support poor governance, and hence cannot support this budget vote. Thank you.
The ANC.
Thanks, Chair. As the African National Congress, we proudly support this budget vote 40, a strategic roadmap that will drive economic growth, improve infrastructure, enhance mobility for
Order, honourable members. Honourable Malema, why do you want to be recognized?
There is a wrong speaker. Is it not supposed to be Donald? Salam alaikum.
No, honourable member. Order. Order, honourable members. The parties decide for themselves who must speak. Continue, honourable member.
Thanks, Chair. This budget is more than just numbers. It's a blueprint for transformation. By investing in transport, we are investing in our nation's future. We are creating jobs, stimulating growth, and connecting our communities. To our ANC seasoned and the progressive Minister, Chris, continue with your robust turnaround strategy on state-owned entities and cleaning the crisis left by state capture enablers, scammers whom are in PEP combat gear today posing as leaders. Ukhomukhondo Nobuhle uyasesenga lesabelo mali sezokuthutha siyabonga mhlali ngaphambili.
Order, honourable members. Order, honourable members. I put the vote again. Are there any objections?
Yes, House
Chief
Chair,
Whip.
please note the objection of the EFF and you are calling for a
Who are you
division.
recognizing now? You need to tell us.
Yes, I recognize the Chief Whip of the official opposition party.
Thank you.
I think
House
it's
Chair.
the MK Chief
Thank
Whip.
you, House Chair. Appreciate that. We reject the report and call for division. Thank you.
Thank you. EFF, are you now covered? Yes. A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Honourable members, the question before the House is that vote number 40 transport be agreed to. Voting will now commence. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The ANC with 146 members vote in favour.
The DA.
74 in favour.
MK.
51 members against.
EFF.
Thank you, House Chair. The EFF with 35 in the House voting against.
IFP.
IFP 12 in support.
PA.
PA 8 in support.
FF Plus.
5 in support.
Action SA.
5 will reject.
ACDP.
ACDP is 2 opposing.
UDM.
2 in support.
RISE.
2 support.
BOSA.
2 in support.
ATM.
1 against.
Al-Jama.
Al-Jama, 2 members in support.
NCC.
1 member against.
PAC.
1 in support.
UAT.
1 against.
Good.
1 in support.
Is there any member that wish to abstain or vote differently from their party? It's none. The voting session is closed. Order, honourable members. The outcome of the division is as follows: 255 in support, 96 against, no abstentions. Vote number 40, transport, is agreed to. Honourable members, I now put vote number 41, water and sanitation. Request for declaration of vote has been received. The MK party. MK.
South Africans have been crying out for clean running water. And what they got from this DA-led GNU, led by the sellout president, captured president called Ramaphosa, Mr. Ramaphosa, is running ministers.
Honourable member, will you take your seat,
running
please?
Ministers.
Honourable Reddy will just take a seat. Yes, honourable member.
Yeah, no, thanks, Honourable Chair. I'm rising on Rule 84. I think it's unparliamentary to refer to the president as a sellout president and captured president.
Honourable Reddy, will you withdraw the remark? Honourable Reddy, the point of order is sustained. You must withdraw the remark. Honourable Reddy, you must withdraw the remark.
Sorry, which remark? That he's a captured president?
Honourable member, honourable member, I'm making a ruling. You know what you said? The work from the ANC raised. You know what you said? In terms of Rule 84, I'm ruling that you are out of order and you withdraw.
I withdraw that Mr. Ramaphosa is a captured
Honourable member, you must withdraw unconditionally.
Unconditionally.
Thank you.
So instead of getting running water, we get running ministers. They're running away from everything. They run away from accountability. They're running away from the principles of the Freedom Charter. They're running away from communities. Runaway ministers. And what we have today is a runaway budget. A budget that's running away from the people. That's why we as MK, we are standing with the people of this country, the majority of whom have given black political parties a 2/3 majority. You know, between the EFF, MK and ANC, South Africans have said you can lead with 2/3 majority, change the constitution, change our lives. Instead, what has happened? White monopoly capital have captured some of you so that you turn blacks against blacks and you fight against one another. Instead of us working together and uniting and changing our lives, our people don't have water. Don't come and bluff our people. Please. The fact of the matter is our people don't have water. We cannot support a budget that does not make a difference in our people's lives. We reject every single budget. We'll continue to do that until MK becomes the government. We unite every black person in this country to lead us into victory. I thank you.
You're shouting. Your rejection.
Thank you.
We reject your rejection.
Order. Order, honourable members. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair.
Order, honourable members.
Thank you, House Chair. The ANC family supports budget vote number 41. Chair, our water jar is full and not half empty. Is half full rather and not half empty. 88.5% of South Africans have access to piped water and 80.5% access sanitation, which infrastructure continues to be improved, with wastewater treatment plants being upgraded or built. The apartheid-era sewer reticulation networks are being continually replaced with new ones, including water treatment plants. House Chair, we are on course, and nothing can stop us, not even ready in this House. Thank you.
Honourable members, I now put the vote again. Are there any objections?
Yes, House Chair. Please note the objection of the EFF and you call for a division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds.
Okay, now we're sorted. Now we're progressing.
Where's the bell? What happened to that guy? The 15 seconds is over. Where's the bell?
I think they're not following the proceedings.
Lele.
The
Oh, the bell is not belling, they are sleeping.
in front of the Sergeant at Arms.
Badiniwe balele.
Will you ring the bell, please?
Speaker, where is the bell?
Badiniwe ilele yakhona. The bell is stolen.
Where is the bell?
It is stolen.
Order, honorable members. The question before the House is order that vote number 41, water and sanitation, be agreed to. Voting will now commence. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chairperson. With 144 members, the ANC vote in support.
The DA.
74 in favor.
MK.
Thank you, House Chair. 51 against.
EFF.
Thank you, House Chair. With 35 in the House who are voting against.
IFP.
Chair, the IFP 12 in support.
PA.
Chair, the PA with 8 in support.
FF Plus.
3 in support.
Action SA.
Action SA with 5 we support.
ACDP.
The ACDP is 2 in support.
UDM.
2 in support.
RISE.
2 support.
BOSA.
2 in support.
ATM.
I don't like the way Minister Majotina is looking at me.
ATM.
She's intimidating me, Chair.
ATM. Honorable Zungula,
No.
can you make your declaration of what are you voting for? In favor or against?
We're voting against.
Al-Jama.
Al-Jama, 2 members always in support.
NCC.
1 member against.
PAC.
1 in support.
UAT.
1 against.
Good.
1 in support.
Is there any member that wish to abstain or vote differently from their party? There's none. The voting session is closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the revision is as follows. 258 in favour, 89 against, no abstentions. Vote number 31, water and sanitation, is agreed to. Honourable members, I now put vote number 42, land reform and rural development. Declarations of vote has been received. The MK.
Umkhonto wesizwe rejects this budget ngoba incane kakhulu. Iyihlazo kumakhosi nabantu abamnyama bafaka amaclaim from 1994 to 1998 angakaqedelwa. Iyihlazo kuma labor tenants afaka amaclaim from 1996 to 2001 angakaqedelwa. Kumanje kusekhona ama land claim asahlela ngakathintwa after 1998. Niyabuya nizothi budget is good for abantu abamnyama ngoba nakho izwe umhlaba usaphethwe abantu abamhlophe. Inkinga lento ngoba vele kusobala ukuthi le budget yakhelwe ukuthi kusekhona abantu abayiseyizimpimpi zabelungu ukuthi bekwazi ukusupport ukuthi abantu bengathengela umhlaba. Mangikhuluma ngendawo yase rural development emakhaya, ingane zasemakhaya isawela umfula ngeenyawo zezikoleni. Emakhaya amanzi basawaphuza nezinkomo emfuleni nezilwane zasehlathini. Imgwaqa ingene emakhaya izalukwazi igule ephethe ushukela zishonele emakhaya ngoba ama-ambulance awangene emakhaya imgwaqa yikho. Ama-mobile clinic awangene emakhaya. Ama-bridge awekho emakhaya. Izindla zikho emakhaya. Senihlolana ukuyosupporta iy'ngadi abantu abatshala kuzona emakhaya ukuthi bekwazi ukuphilisa imindeni yabo. Le budget iyihlazo. I-MK Party imele ukuthi umhlaba mawubuyele kubanikazi bawo ngaphandle kwesincephezelo. Abantu bekwazi ukushare
i-economy yala eMzansi ngoba njengamanje abantu abamnyama bazuza ilutho emhlabeni wawo. Abelungu bafika la bazothatha umhlaba abawukhokhela ngamali. Why njengamanje impimpi sefanele zikhokhela amalungu umhlaba ukuze bekwazi ukuthi umhlaba ubuyele kubanikazi bawo. Umkhonto wesizwe party rejects le budget encane kanje.
Honourable member, your time has expired. The IFP. Order, honourable members. The IFP.
Honourable House Chairperson, the IFP.
Order, honourable members. I cannot hear the member at the back. The IFP.
Honourable House Chairperson, the IFP rises to reaffirm that land reform remains one of South Africa's most urgent yet persistently underfunded imperatives. Despite a welcome increase, the department's 2025-2026 budget still represents just 0.3% of the total national spending, which actually is evidence that land reform is not being prioritized. This budget must reflect not only financial allocation, but also political will to restore dignity, address historic injustice, and empower rural communities. Post-settlement support remains inadequate, rural economies remain sidelined, and traditional structures like the Ngonyama Trust Board must be respected while held to the highest governance standards. Rural development must become a measurable national priority. The IFP supports this budget.
Before I proceed to the next party, the EFF, you have requested an opportunity.
House Chair, the EFF rejects this budget vote because it provides no solution to the landlessness. There's no land for housing, no land for places of worship, no land for recreational parks, spiritual fulfillment, and burial purposes. Minister, the PAC has history of claiming that it will drive settlers to the sea. It cannot be that difficult for you to expropriate land
Honourable Matthias.
Compared to
Honourable
you
member,
driving settlers to the sea.
Honourable member.
What stops you?
Honourable member, can you just take your seat, please? Honourable Minister, why do you want to be recognized?
The PAC does not have such a history.
No, Honourable member, you can debate that. You can debate that. Honourable Matthias, you may continue.
Honourable Chair, we make no excuses, we make no bones that the EFF route to genuine economic emancipation is through expropriation of land without compensation. We stand firm that it is through this battle that we shall ensure that the words of Krizani, that there will always be a struggle for as long as the unelected mob, the privileged few, owns the means of ownership in this
your
country.
Time is now expired.
The EFF rejects this budget and calls on South Africans.
Honourable member, your
to
time is
stand behind the
expired.
banners of the economic freedom fighters for the realization of economic
Honourable
freedom
member,
in
your
our time.
time is
Thank you.
expired. The FF Plus.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. We need a new settlement on land because the 1994 settlement is very near to expiry. The essence of that settlement was that the minority relinquished power in exchange for guarantee of property. Inversely, the majority could take power immediately but would have to wait for land. On an operational level, the ensuing process has not been a success. The majority is impatient with the tempo of restitution and the minority is unsafe, both physically and in their property. A final settlement needs to meet operational and symbolic requirements. In short, the land question will only be resolved if the self-determination of Afrikaners is expressly recognized.
The ANC. Is there a declaration from the ANC?
Yes, thank you, Chair. As the ANC National Congress, we know the steady progress in reversing the apartheid legacy in terms of land dispossession and rural underdevelopment. We are determined to accelerate these advances to restore land and dignity to our people despite the complexity and emotive nature of the land and agrarian question. Certainly, much more still needs to be done.
Honourable Member,
to transform.
Will you just take your seat? Why do you want to be recognized, Honourable Member?
Chair, I'm asking the member of EFF why he's sitting on the other side.
No, Honourable Member, please. Don't waste our time. Don't waste our time. Continue, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Chair. Certainly much more still needs to be done to transform the patterns of land ownership and stimulate rural economies. In this respect, more resources need to be dedicated to land reform, including most post-settlement support for economic productivity.
Order, Honourable Members.
Rural infrastructure to ignite economic prosperity. Following extensive deliberations in the Portfolio Committee, as the African National Congress, we support the budget vote as a stepping stone towards full realization of the Freedom Charter injunction that the land shall be shared amongst those who work it. Thank you.
Honourable Members, I put the vote again. Are there any objections?
Yes, House Chair, please note the objection of the EFF and we call for a division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Honourable Members, the question before the House is that Vote 42, Land Reform and Rural Development, be agreed to. Voting will now commence. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chairperson. With 144 votes, we vote in favour.
The DA.
74 in favour.
MK.
51 against.
EFF.
Thank you, House Chair. The EFF, 35 in the House, voting against.
IFP.
IFP 12 in support.
PA.
PA 8 in support.
FF Plus.
6 in support.
Action SA.
Thanks, House Chair. Action SA 5, we support.
ACDP.
ACDP is 2 in support.
UDM.
2 in support.
RISE.
2 support.
WOSA.
Build One South Africa with 2 in the House is in support.
ATM.
1 against.
Al Jamaa.
Al Jamaa, 2 members in support.
NCC.
1 member in support.
PAC.
1 in support.
UAT.
1 against.
Good.
1 in support.
Is there any member that wish to abstain or vote differently to their party? None. The voting session is now closed. Honourable Members, the outcome of the division is as follows. 262 voted in favour, 88 against. There's no abstentions. Vote 42, land reform has been agreed to.
Chair.
Yes, Honourable Member.
I just want you to make an emphasis that the DA voted for human settlement budget. Thank you.
Honourable Members, that completes the decision on the votes. I now put the schedules as a whole. Are there any objections?
Yes, House Chair, please note the objection of the EFF and we call for a division.
Honourable Member, the Chief Whip of MK, I recognize the member who put up their hand first. There's no party who has a defined right to have and to call for a division. I recognize the first hand that goes up. Okay?
Chair, it's not who you recognize first. You don't look at me and say this.
No,
and
Honourable
then you...
Member,
No, Chair.
It doesn't work
you,
like
you
that.
are deliberating
A division
what you are
has
doing.
been called. The bells will be rung for 15
divisive.
seconds.
Sir,
Thank you.
you are very divisive
No,
and you are
Honourable
doing
Member,
it
you're out of
deliberately.
order.
We have seen your operation.
The bells will be rung for 15 seconds.
Pauline, it's the same thing. EFF is the Youth League of MK. It's the same thing.
Order, honourable members. Order, order. Honourable members, order.
You know,
the question.
Wrong cards are a problem.
Order.
Wrong
The
cards.
question before the House is that the schedule as a whole be agreed to. Voting will now commence. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chairperson. With 144 votes, we support.
DA.
74 in favour.
MK.
50 against.
EFF.
Thank you, House Chair. With 35 in the House, we vote against.
IFP.
IFP 12 in support.
PA.
PA with 8 in support.
FF plus.
16 gunste.
Order, honourable members. Action SA.
Action SA with 5, we support.
ACDP.
The ACDP with 2 votes will support.
UDM.
2 in support.
Rice.
2 support.
Bossa.
2 in support.
ATM.
1 against.
Al-Jama. Order, honourable members.
Hello.
Al-Jama.
Al-Jama, 2 members in support.
NCC.
1 against.
PAC.
1 in support.
UAT.
1 against.
Good. Member is not here. Is there any member that wish to abstain or vote differently to their party? None. The voting session is closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. 260 are in support, 88 are against, there's no abstentions, and the schedule as a whole is therefore agreed to. The Secretary will read the 5th order. My apologies. The Secretary will read the 4th order.
Second reading, Appropriation Bill.
As there is no list of speakers, are there any objections to the bill being read a second time?
Yes, House Chair, please note the objection of the EFF. We call for a division.
There's a call for a division. The bells will be rung for 15 seconds.
They must be rung for 5 minutes.
Order, honourable members. Order, honourable members. Honourable members at the back. We are not done yet. Honourable members, the question before the House is is that the appropriation bill be read a second time. Voting will now commence. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chairperson. With 140 members, we vote in favor.
The DA.
74 in favor.
MK.
49 in support.
EFF.
Thank you, House Chair. 35 in the House, voting against.
Order, honourable members. May I just go back to MK? Can you clarify the number of votes, please?
49, 49.
49?
Yes.
Against?
Sir, in support.
In support.
Yes.
Order, the IFP. Order, the IFP.
The IFP 12 in support.
Honourable members. Honourable members, I am not in a position, and the table is also not in a position to hear what the members are saying. Right? Allow the chief whips of parties to declare their votes. Don't declare it on their behalf.
Chair, a point of order.
Who is now raising a point of order?
ACDP. Chair, there might be confusion as to which item is being dealt with.
No. Honourable Swart, I was very explicit that we are dealing with the fourth order. I followed the procedure. The EFF was the last one to indicate. Now I'm with the IFP.
Thank you, Chair.
EFF, can order. EFF, can you just repeat again, please?
Thank you, House Chair. EFF 35 in the House, voting against.
The IFP.
Thank you, Chair. The IFP 12 in support.
The PA.
Thank
Order,
you,
honourable members. The PA.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. The PA follows the lead of MK, 8 in support. Thank you.
Honourable members of the EFF, whatever you are busy doing, let's get through this process. You can do it outside. The PA have declared their support. Order. The FF Plus.
6 in support.
Action SA.
Action SA has 5 members in the House and we support.
ACDP.
DP has 2 in the House and we support.
Rise.
2 support. You might need to go back to the UDM.
No, honourable member, just say if you support or not. Don't add other things to it, please. We don't expect that from you. Bossa?
2 members in the House voting in support.
Order, honourable members. ATM.
1 against.
Al-Jama.
Al-Jama, 2 members in support.
NCC.
1 member against, the Honourable Chair.
PAC.
1 in favor.
UAT. UAT.
1 against.
Good. Good is not here. The UDM.
2 in favor, Chair.
Order. Honourable members. Honourable members. Honourable members. Honourable members.
And he wasn't ready.
Honourable members. Order, honourable members. We are not going to proceed until we have silence in the House. Order. Is there any member that wish to abstain or vote differently from their party? Is there anyone? None? The voting session is closed.
There's a hand, Chair. There's a hand, Chair. There's a hand, Chair.
Budget approved.
Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. Order. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members.
For the MK.
You are now disrupting the process. And we're dealing with a very important process. It may be a joke to some of you, but to the people in this country, it's no joke. As the representatives of the people, we expect you to conduct yourself in a particular manner so that we can complete our processes. Right? Yes, Honorable Chief Whip of MK.
Chair, I thought we were dealing with the fourth order, the ad hoc committee. We thought it's the ad hoc committee for the Mkhwanazi matter.
Honorable members.
So
you should have paid attention.
Order, honorable members.
Chair.
Order.
They can
Order,
get excited. It's okay.
Just wait. Honorable members. Honorable members, let me give the member a hearing.
Once they come
yes,
down,
Chief Whip?
thank you. They can come down because we are rejecting this. We are changing our vote. We will support the ad hoc committee when it comes. That was the confusion. Thank you.
Order, honorable members. It's quite clear there's some confusion
You should have
in
been
terms of
inducted
the vote.
before you came here.
Right? No, just calm down, honorable members. The party has now changed the vote 3 times. What is your final position?
Chair.
No. Honorable members, I'm going to remove you from the house if you keep on interrupting. Order. Order, honorable members.
Relax.
Order.
Yes. Relax. I'm just a new chief whip. I will make errors, so relax.
Order.
Chair, we are voting against this report.
No, honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members.
You can't change your vote.
Honorable members. Order.
You can't change your vote.
Is there any member who wish to vote differently from their party?
Chairperson.
Voting closed.
Order.
Point of order.
Chairperson.
Order, honorable members.
Chairperson.
Chairperson.
Order.
Chairperson.
Honorable members, we are in a voting session.
Chairperson.
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 Why do you want to be recognized? I want to declare the vote.
Sorry, Chair. Who are
Order,
you
honorable members. Order.
Chairperson, who are you recognizing?
Chair.
Order, honorable members.
Chairperson.
Honorable members, will you take your seats here on the left-hand side? Order. Why do you want to be recognized, honorable member?
Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, I believe that the rules do not make provision once the vote has closed for parties to close their vote. I would therefore submit that it would be highly irregular for you to allow parties to change their vote once the vote has closed.
You see, Honorable Mikalakis, due to the disorderly conduct that has been taking place here, and I called for members on more than one occasion for the vote to proceed in a particular manner, right? I, as the presiding officer, is in a position to take a decision. The vote is declared as follows. Those in favor, 256. Those against is 87. There's no abstentions. And the second reading is thus agreed to. The Secretary will read the last order of the day.
Chair.
Honorable members.
Chairperson.
Order.
Chairperson, I've had my hand up for
Why do you want to be recognized, honorable member?
We just need clarity, Chair, because those of us who are paying attention heard you say that voting was closed. So can you consult hindsight and let us know what is happening? Because we heard what you said. Can you please clarify
Honorable,
us? Thank you.
Honorable member, I clarify the point. I clarify the point. But if you insist, we can have a rerun of the vote. It will not make any material difference to the outcome on the question. And honorable members, that is my final ruling. I'm no longer taking any points of order on this. I will request the Secretary to read the bill a second time.
House Chair, it's a different point of order.
Honourable Member, I'm busy concluding this point and then I'll come back to you. The Secretary will read the bill a second time.
Appropriation Bill.
The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. Why do you want to be recognized, Honourable Member?
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Just for future reference for us as Chief Whips, there is now a precedent. Does this now mean that every time when there's confusion about a vote, that the presiding officer can open the vote as they please?
Honourable Member, I've concluded on the matter. I'm not going to respond to you. The matter is now concluded. The Secretary will read the last order of the day.
Chair.
Honourable Malema.
I'm saying, even if we agree with the final announcement you've made, you have made a huge bad judgment because you are setting a wrong precedent. As a presiding officer, the matter is closed and you ruled in our favor. But that was not in line with principles.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
A wrong precedence, and you are making this process to have a problem of legitimacy and credibility.
Honourable
Members,
members,
has to be the most respected process.
Honourable
that you
members,
don't make even the smallest mistake.
Thank you.
Like you did last time when she made a mistake, and our chief whip and our SG intervened. You said, "I'm done with that matter." They were calling for a division.
Honourable
You said,
Malema.
no.
We have concluded now on this matter.
Yeah, please be consistent.
This matter
That's
is
wrong.
now concluded. And as I've stated, order. As I've stated, whatever the decision of the party was, it doesn't have any material outcome on the vote that has taken place. There's no material outcome. The majority of members voted in support of the second reading. The Secretary will read the last order.
Consideration of joint report of Portfolio Committee on Police and Portfolio Committee on Justice and Constitutional Development on wide-ranging allegations made by KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Police Commissioner Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi regarding security matters.
I now recognize the chairperson of the committee, the Honourable Cameron, to introduce the joint report.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Members. The allegations made by the South African Police Service Provincial Commissioner in KwaZulu-Natal just 2 weeks ago were not only alarming but also raised fundamental questions about the good standing, or rather lack thereof, and the credibility of the criminal justice system as a whole. And as a people-centred parliament, we were duty-bound to respond to the allegations made without delay. Honourable Chair, your directive, or the Speaker's directive, from the 9th of July to the 3 committees of this House was in line with the obligation of urgent response that the allegations required. 3 specific principles guided the committees in considering this matter. 1, that the committees must avoid any form of duplication in considering the matter. 2, that the committees must make recommendations to the National Assembly on an appropriate parliamentary process. And 3, that the committees must consider the matter urgently. Honourable Members, the committees are beholden to the Speaker for the guidance provided in considering this specific matter, and both committees agreed that the gravity of the allegations and the implications for national security required decisive action. It is the considered view of both the committees that formed part of this process that the establishment of an ad hoc committee to deeply and thoroughly interrogate the allegations would be the most appropriate parliamentary process. Honourable Members, the committees identified several critical areas of concern that this said ad hoc committee should interrogate thoroughly. 1, to include the investigation of the allegedly unlawful disbanding of the political killing task team and the removal of the said dockets. 2, allegations of political interference in the South African Police Service in terms of operational matters. 3, the irregular appointments or alleged irregular appointments and procurement linked to senior officers. 4, the alleged moratorium on crime intelligence vacancies. And 5, the potentially improper relationships between senior government leaders and private individuals. The inclination towards an ad hoc committee formed as per Rule 253 of the National Assembly rules is dictated by the fact that the scope of an ad hoc committee is specific and time-bound. The need for urgency in addressing this matter was also emphasized by both of the committees. South Africa is a country currently facing an enormous crime challenge. The process that investigates the allegations must embody the appetite for urgency and transparency. In line with this, the committees recommend to this House that the envisioned ad hoc committee complete its work within 90 days. Honourable members, the seriousness of the allegations requires urgent consideration and action. The 90-day timeline ensures that the process is not only thorough but delivers the answers that all South Africans are waiting for. Honourable Chair, the establishment of the Judicial Commission of Inquiry by the President was acknowledged by the committee. However, the important role of oversight remains the purview of Parliament through its committees. It is thus recommended that Parliament also receives the preliminary reports that are to be submitted to the President. Honourable Speaker, Honourable Chair, as we table this report, we do so fully aware of the credibility of the criminal justice system that is currently at stake. These allegations, if left unexamined, risk further eroding of public trust and emboldening those who undermine the rule of law in South Africa. Parliament has a very specific duty to act decisively, transparently, and with urgency. The proposed ad hoc committee is not just a procedural step, but it's a statement to the people of the country that we take these allegations very seriously and will pursue accountability wherever it leads. The people who elected us expect no less. I hereby table the joint report from the Portfolio Committee on Police and the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Constitutional Development for consideration by this House. I thank you.
Thank you. Honourable members, political parties wishing to make a declaration will now be afforded an opportunity. The usual times will apply. The DA.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The Democratic Alliance welcomes the tabling of the joint report on the explosive allegations made by the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Commissioner. This report marks a crucial first step in what must now become a relentless pursuit of truth, accountability, and the protection of our democratic institutions. Lieutenant General Makhonazi did not merely blow a whistle, he sounded a national alarm. The allegations he laid bare are nothing short of catastrophic. Political interference in policing operations, the dismantling of the Political Killings Task Team, the shielding of criminals by senior political figures, and the infiltration of our criminal justice system by an organized crime syndicate reportedly controlled by an international drug cartel. The evidence presented raises the gravest questions about the conduct of Minister Senzo Mchunu, the Deputy National Commissioner, senior police officers, and even members of the judiciary. Speaker, the DA commends the committee for recognizing that Parliament cannot abdicate its constitutional responsibility. Section 55 of the Constitution is very clear. The National Assembly must hold the executive to account, even in the face of parallel investigations. We welcome the urgency with which this House has resolved to independently oversee the political and institutional dimensions of this crisis. We particularly note the importance of the investigating committee being empowered to act decisively, transparently, and within a fixed time frame. Its work must complement, not duplicate, the Presidential Commission of Inquiry. But where necessary, Parliament must go further, especially where the executive has already demonstrated its inability or unwillingness to police itself. Honourable House Chair, while we note the President's decision to replace the Honourable Mchunu as Minister of Police and initiate a judicial inquiry, the DA remains deeply concerned by the extent of the alleged rot. SAPS's Crime Intelligence Division, the JMPD, correctional services, prosecutors, and even judicial officers have been unfortunately implicated. If this is true, these revelations suggest a mafia state within the state, where the lines between law enforcement and organized crime have eroded and collapsed. We call on this investigation to also interrogate the legality of the moratorium placed on the crime intelligence appointments, the political manipulation of procurement processes, including the 360 million Medicare 24 contract, the suspicious reassignment of dockets and arrests that appear designed to derail justice. We also welcome the public prosecutor's investigation into whether Honourable Mkhunu misled Parliament, which is a serious breach of executive ethics if proven. Speaker, let us not forget, this crisis was not born in a vacuum. It is the product of years of cadre deployment, lack of vetting within the police, political interference, and a culture of impunity. The time for selective accountability is over. The DA therefore supports the report's recommendations and calls for the immediate commencement of the parliamentary investigation, public access to regular interim reports on the Commission of Inquiry, whistleblower protection not only for Lieutenant General Makonazi, but all others that may come forward in this investigation, and the urgent strengthening of parliamentary oversight over the SAPS, IDAC, and related institutions. The truth will and must come out, and if that truth is damning, as it seems to be, then prosecutions must surely follow. I thank you.
Thank you. The MKP.
Thank you very much, House Chair. This is the report we intended to support, not the other one. So people must not be dramatic. We all commit mistakes. We are human beings. Honorable members, today we want to start our submission by quoting this fundamental principle of the rule of law, open quote, "The absolute supremacy and predominance of the law as opposed to the influence of arbitrary power. It excludes the existence of arbitrariness and prerogative or even wider discretionary authority on the part of the government. The people are ruled by the law and by the law alone. A man may be punished for a breach of law, but he can be punished for nothing else." Close quote. Honorable members, as we rise to support the establishment of the ad hoc committee, it is in favor of this legal principle that as the MK party we hereby salute Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi for taking head-on the perceived untouchables on the 6th of July 2025 by exposing criminal syndicates to which our criminal justice system has been hell-bent uninterrupted for a protracted period of time. By his fearlessness, he extricated many South Africans who are scared to expose shenanigans to which state institutions like the NPA, judiciary, the police department have been subjected for decades by the former liberation movement. Our support for the establishment of the ad hoc committee is not informed by an irrational appetite of supporting things which are not worth supporting, like other parties do more often than not. It is rather consciously informed by an intervention Parliament is legally expected to do under the present circumstances in terms of Section 55 and Section 56 of the South African Constitution. Our support for this is informed by how the doctrine of separation of powers defines the role of Parliament in the context of our constitutional democracy. Our support for this is inspired by the words of Amilcar Cabral when he said, open quote, "Tell no lies, claim no easy victories," close quotes. Hence, our clarion call that Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi must appear before the ad hoc committee in Parliament and expose all the police officers, prosecutors, judges, members of Parliament, and all officials in the Department of Police who are in cahoots with criminals. An allegation by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi against judges justifies our valid call for a lifestyle audit against judges. It is our firm belief that judges are human beings. They are not a paragon of morality and therefore are corruptible. Honorable members, if institutions in the justice cluster were free from an undue, unethical influence by criminal syndicates, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa will be wearing red and yellow overalls today in correctional service facilities, serving his sentence for hiding undeclared dollars under mattress in Palapala. Shamila Batoi, who runs the NPA like she is running a saloon, will now be sitting at home watching the sun rises and sets for her disastrous incompetency. The NPA and police department were long reduced to being entities which do nothing except...
Thank you, Honourable Member. Your time has now expired.
Drive through stealing.
Thank you.
The public purse. We support General Mkhwanazi.
Time up.
The EFF.
Jigitela, Mkhonto, jigitela.
Chairperson, just before his assassination in 1993, the great Chris Hani had a prophetic revelation when he said, and I quote, "What I fear the most is that the liberators emerge as elitists who drive around in Mercedes-Benz and use the resources of this country to live in palaces and gather riches. We are here today because of insatiable appetite for riches by those who not so long ago were at the forefront of the fight for liberation in this country. Their primary obsession have become leading fleshy lifestyle and not serving the people. They've allowed their revolutionary consciousness, if there was ever any, to be replaced by unbridled greed and gluttony. To this end, they are prepared to violate every little piece of law, to offend all known revolutionary values, and they are prepared to even kill in pursuit of their own self-interest. This weekend, the EFF will be hosting its 12th anniversary rally in Kaelicha, a place so riddled by crime, where it is not easy to make a distinction between criminals and police, all because SAPS has been so comprehensively captured by gangs that our people have become wary of reporting crime to the police. The allegation leveled by the KZN Provincial Commissioner Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi against the collusion of Mr. Senzo Mchunu, Deputy National Commissioner Sibiya, together with members of the criminal underworld, are clearly demonstrative of the extent to which liberators, Tsotsi, are willing to go to satisfy their greed. Mr. Mchunu is alleged to have worked through his associate, Brown Mkhotsi, who he denied knowing here in Parliament, to establish solid links with known criminals and murderers. We know that Ket Matala was fingered in the massive corruption at Tembisa Hospital, which corruption led to the death of a whistleblower, Babita Tegoram. We also know that Ket Matala is the murder and attempted murder accused. Despite all this, a minister responsible for policing saw it fit to work with such characters. For as long as he derived benefits as a person, chairperson, we cannot fight crime if those entrusted with the responsibility of protecting our citizens are themselves criminals. What this shows is that the South African Police Service is a seriously compromised service operating on behalf of and for the benefit of criminals. What this also shows is that the rods start right at the top and that ministers and commissioners themselves enable the capture of SAPS for nefarious reasons. To get to the bottom of this and to reassert the role of Parliament in providing oversight to the executive, we support the recommendation of the report for the establishment of an ad hoc committee to conduct an inquiry to get to the bottom of corruption, infiltration and
Thank you, Honourable Member. Your time has now expired.
Correctional services,
Thank you.
Metro Police Department and other institutions. I thank you.
The IFP.
Thank you, as Chairperson. 2 weeks ago, the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Commissioner of Police, Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, held a press briefing that shook the nation to its core. He alleged political interference, corruption involving Minister Mchunu, and a justice-linked crime syndicate controlled by an international drug cartel. Subsequent events, including the leave of absence taken by both the Minister and the Deputy National Commissioner of Police, have aimed to restore stability and confidence among our officers. The IFE notes and welcomes the Speaker's actions, given the urgency of the matter. For too long, Parliament has been seen as a mere tick box oversight body. However, the gravity of the matter demands that Parliament fulfill its core duty, holding the executive accountable. The allegations are serious, and the IFP welcomes the committee's focused terms of reference on matters within the jurisdiction. The IFP also welcomes the President's decision to act on our call for a commissioner of inquiry. This is a response to a complex issue that warrants a thorough investigation, given the inquiry's broad scope. In consideration of the issue, we have raised the IFP's acceptance of the report. Thank you.
Thank you. The PI.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. As a Patriotic Alliance, we are committed to the truth, transparency and the justice. And therefore, we fully support the establishment of the ad hoc committee to investigate the allegations made by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. And that is all we have to say on this matter, and we fully support. Thank you.
Thank you. The FF Plus.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Chairperson, many think that Parliament is a toothless talk shop when it comes to investigative committees and the like. Previous actions, however, such as the Section 194 Committee, tasked to determine the previous Public Protector's fitness to hold office, as well as the removal of several judges, some in this House have personal experience of both of these examples, which have proven the opposite of toothless, and so should this proposed ad hoc committee. Die Suid-Afrikaanse Polisiediens het nie 'n goeie naam en beeld gehad om mee te begin nie, en die beweringe wat deur Luitenant-Generaal Mkhwanazi op die 6de Julie gemaak is, was die spreekwoordelike kersie op die koek. Die damwal het gebreek en sedertdien word Suid-Afrika met 'n stortvloed van polisiedrama begroet. Die president het gereageer deur die Madlanga-kommissie van ondersoek in die lewe te roep, hoewel dit afsonderlik van die parlementêre proses is baie vrae met goeie rede oor die nut van so 'n kommissie gevra. Veral gesien in die lig van 2 voltooide verslae oor polisieprobleme wat reeds op die president se tafel lê en nog nie tot uitvoering gebring is nie. Die president sal dus verstaan waarom Suid-Afrikaners nie op en afspring oor nog 'n kommissie om nog bedrog en korrupsie te ondersoek nie, maar die hoop beskaam nie en vertrou ons dat dit vrugte sal afwerp. Coming back to the parliamentary process, the committee will not only be tasked with investigating the 8 allegations that fall within the National Assembly's accountability and oversight function, but it will also play an important role in restoring the trust and confidence of the South African public in Parliament. Chairperson, during the deliberations of the joint committees, one member said, and I quote, "We are General Mkhwanazi, and General Mkhwanazi is us." Now, with all due respect to that member, it should have been, "We are South Africans who deserve to know the truth and depth of these allegations without our party political preconceived notions getting in the way of an objective, impartial parliamentary inquiry, and South Africans are us." That is our job, and that is what we should do. I thank you.
Thank you. Action SA.
Chairperson, Action SA was the first party to call for a public debate in this House to ventilate the allegations made by General Mkhwanazi and for Parliament to meaningfully intervene and address the matter transparently. Regrettably, however, we learned through the media that the Speaker unilaterally referred the matter to 3 separate committees without affording this House, as the representatives of the people, the opportunity to express its views. To add to injury, the most disappointing president of all time, because yes, we had hope in you, President Cyril Ramaphosa, has opted to institute yet another commission of inquiry, costly, slow, non-binding process that leads to findings without action and without jail time, a tactic that has become the default response whenever a crisis hits this country. Hashtag Zondo Commission. We now note the Joint Committee on Police and Justice has decided to establish an ad hoc committee alongside the work of the secretive Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence. This is not what South Africans are calling for. We, however, support this ad hoc committee, but know that given the obvious trust deficit in the current system, countless commissions of inquiries, we will be right here in Parliament holding every single one of those accused accountable, again in the absence of backbone and leadership. We are under no illusion these committees and commissions will not fix the dysfunction within SAPS, nor will they root out the rot of corruption that plagues top leadership and affects our communities. South Africans have had enough. They've had enough of family meetings. They deserve better. They've had enough of commissions that leads to absolutely nothing. They deserve a president that puts accountability and action above bureaucratic delay and political evasion. So kan dit nie aangaan nie. I thank you.
Thank you. The ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the ACDP rises in support of the ad hoc committee. And we, like the whole of South Africa, were deeply concerned, not only deeply concerned, but outraged by these shocking revelations made by General Mkhwanazi of corruption going all the way up to ministerial level, including SAPS officials, prosecutors, and even members of the judiciary. Now we know, as public representatives, that our communities are ravaged by crime and violence, murders, rapes, and robberies. And while there are many hard-working police officials, prosecutors, and members of the judiciary, there are far too many allegations of samewerking, of cooperation of police with criminal syndicates, and that is at the heart of these allegations. South Africans are demanding justice. They are demanding that these allegations are fully investigated and that those implicated must be placed behind bars. They are demanding questions as to who guards the guards and what are we as Parliament doing. We have an oversight function, and that is why this ad hoc committee is so important, as opposed to an inquiry, a commission of inquiry which will take some time. We support this because it will be a quick fact-finding inquiry, and our recommendations, unlike a commission of inquiry, our recommendations are binding, and we can ensure that they are implemented through our oversight function. So it is also important that whistleblowers are fully protected and that all political parties should be able to be engaged, Madam Speaker, in this process. And we appreciate that the ad hoc committee has limited numbers, but we would urge that all members of Parliament are able to be involved as they are in terms of the rules. The ACDP supports this ad hoc committee, this report, and we will hold the police accountable.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Your time has now expired. The UDM.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Writing in the Times Live on the 27th of March 2011, columnist Justice Malala captured the state of SAPS when he said, and I quote, "Our cops cannot be trusted. Too many police are linked to too many gangsters and killers." Malala continued and said, and I quote, he said, "He's afraid of the police as some of them seem to be at the center of some of the most heinous crimes in our country." It took a very senior police officer in the name of General Mkhwanazi to confirm these allegations more than 15 years later. And while, for example, we commend General Mkhwanazi for taking this very important and bold step, it is undeniable that these allegations means that SAPS and the entire criminal justice system are currently facing a crisis of confidence. We must give credit where it's due. When the allegations came to light, the Speaker acted swiftly and decisively. She tasked 3 committees of Parliament to look into to consider the matter. Their recommendation, which has brought us here today to establish an ad hoc committee to consider the allegation, reflects our commitment to accountability and the rule of law. We support the establishment of this ad hoc committee and its comprehensive terms of reference that seek to look into the systemic failures which led us to this current quagmire, and we're saying we are going to participate fully in the process, and we also support the initiative which was taken by the President of the Republic when he established the Commission of Inquiry to look into exactly the same issues, but focusing on various and different areas. These investigations must continue simultaneously and do so in a very complementary sense so that we're able to uncover all the systemic failures that led us to this quagmire. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Rise.
Nakenza mthamastulu ibulavurile makale. I Rise Mzansi ya seketela kuva kuva na ad hoc committee. So ninge vulavuli swo tala mthamastulu. Ni lava ku ri matimba ya mehe ni mavekela loko se ad hoc committee thamile. Because ku va ni declare namuntlha swi vula ku ri I'm holding anyone accountable. So I'm supporting the ad hoc committee. I'm reserving my energy for the actual committee.
Thank you. Bosa.
Honourable members, the joint report by the Portfolio Committee on Police and Justice into the Mkhwanazi allegations presents a deeply troubling conclusion. And that conclusion that it presents is that Parliament shouldn't conduct a full investigative inquiry. And the reason we're given is that it may overlap with the President's Judicial Commission of Inquiry. And so we've got to be clear that a judicial commission is not a substitute for Parliament's constitutional duty of oversight. It's an advisory mechanism, and it's not a prosecutorial one. We've seen this before with the Zondo Commission, where there were important findings, but we did not have the accountability that we needed in order to make sure that people were brought to book. So this House must reject the idea that these processes are mutually exclusive, and we in fact propose that they are complementary. The Commission can investigate the systemic capture, and Parliament must focus on immediate political accountability. The SIU must then investigate criminality and do so now. That's why, as Build One South Africa, we reiterate our call for 3 urgent responses. The first is a time-bound ad hoc committee that is empowered to summon ministers, regulators, and security cluster leaders. A full-scale investigation, SIU investigation, into potential criminality as a second. And as a third, yes, the Judicial Commission can then look into the systemic capture and the institutional reform that needs to take place as a result. We need to learn from the past. We needed the Zonda Commission because Parliament had failed in oversight, but now we have an opportunity to lead and make sure that all of these processes happen concurrently and we have the benefit of each of their roles. I thank you.
Thank you. The ATM.
Thank you, House Chair. As the ATM, we support the establishment of the ad hoc committee on the serious allegations that were made by General Mkhwanazi. Already we are seeing movement as some of the allegations are confirmed as we speak. We want to encourage all other public servants to speak out on all wrongdoings in the affairs of the state, and Parliament must be proactive and very responsive to all of the issues that are raised by the citizens, so that the citizens have confidence that Parliament does react and respond to their cries. And we want to put it very clearly, Asijiki, General Mkhwanazi is us, and we are General Mkhwanazi. We must always stand with all of the public representatives that are against all of the wrongdoing that are happening in our country. It cannot be that an entire KZN police commissioner speaks out and we do nothing as a people. We must always stand with the people that are transparent and that are against all of the wrongdoings that we see. I thank you.
Thank you. Al-Jamar.
No declaration.
Thank you. The NCC.
Thank you, Speaker. House Chair. Thank you, colleagues. One police general makes an allegation, commissions ad hoc committees. I'm surprised you didn't bring the FBI in here. 3,000 colored boys die every year. Nothing. But I wanted on the record today that the National Colored Congress appears to be the only party that has not fallen for General Mkhwanazi's scam. We must ask the valid questions. Why is a fine young officer like Bonginkosi Dlamini locked up on 2 case laws that don't exist in the province that is governed, so to speak, by Mkhwanazi? Why is the killer of Sandiso Makaka willing to speak in court but prevented to? He claims that policemen drove him from the scene of the crime, the same province run by General Mkhwanazi. We speak of the whistleblowers. I am the whistleblower in this case. He's a reactionary. I do not want protection because all of our citizens are vulnerable. Tonight, 10 more of our sons die on the Cape Flats. Where's the commission into this? The NCC supports this ad hoc commission, but the NCC places on the record in advance that the whole criminal cabal that runs the South African police services will fall by the end of this. Thank you.
Thank you. The PAC. The UAT.
The UAT will support the ad hoc committee.
Thank you. Order, honourable members. Good. The ANC.
Honourable Chairperson, honourable members, the ANC support the establishment of the ad hoc committee in Parliament to investigate a serious allegation recently made by Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. These allegations with touch on issues of interference, political manipulation, and systematic dysfunction within the key organs of state responsible for policing and public safety cannot be left unexamined, as the ANC were guided by our commitment to transparency, accountability, and constitutional imperative to uphold the rule of law. General Mkhwanazi's assertion, if accurate, paint a disturbing picture of how certain elements be undermining the integrity of law enforcement institutions for political or personal gain. Parliament has both the responsibility and the authority to get to the bottom of these claims, not for political point scoring, but to protect the democratic institution that so many South Africans fought to build. This ad hoc committee must be empowered to conduct its work independently, thoroughly, and expeditiously. It must call on all relevant stakeholders, including SAPS leadership, the Ministry of Police, and other implicated parties, to ensure that the truth is laid to bear. Let us clear this support of investigation is not an act of disloyalty. It is an information of our loyalty to the Constitution and to have the people of South Africa. We cannot allow a culture of impunity to take root, nor can we allow a vital institution to be captured by rogue interests. The ANC must remain resolute in strengthening oversight, rebuilding public trust in both policing structures, and ensuring that no individual or a group is above scrutiny. We will not shield wrongdoing, nor will we allow public confidence to be eroded through inaction. We support this committee not because of the personalities involved, but because it is the correct thing to do for democracy, for justice, and for the future of this country. We also support the President for establishing a commission of inquiry to investigate these allegations made by Advocate General Mkhwanazi. We believe that this report is a true reflection of the engagement of the Joint Committee sitting of the ANC, and the adoption of this report we support and we thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now recognize the Chief Whip of the largest party.
No, thank you very much, House Chair. Before I get to the task that I'm standing up to discharge, can I request that the report that was presented here be adopted by the House first?
Thank you. Honourable members, are there any objections to the motion that the joint report be adopted? I don't see any hands. No objections. The report is thus agreed to. Honourable Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Thanks, Honourable Chair, Honourable members. I therefore standing here to move that the House notes the wide-ranging allegations regarding security matters made by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, the Provincial Commissioner of KwaZulu-Natal, on the 6th of July 2025, during a media briefing on the work of the political killing task team. Further note that on the 9th of July 2025, the Speaker of the National Assembly requested the portfolio committees on police and justice and constitutional development to consider the matter in terms of their respective mandates, make an assessment on the appropriate approach to dealing with it, and submit recommendations for consideration by the National Assembly. Recognizes that the two committees have since completed their tasks and submitted a joint report titled Wide-Ranging Allegations Made by KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Police Commissioner, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, regarding security matter as tabled in this House, which has since been considered and adopted by the National Assembly. Further recognizes that the key recommendation from the joint report is that an ad hoc committee would be the most viable mechanism to investigate properly the allegations made by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. Therefore, establishes an ad hoc committee in terms of Rule 253. The committee to investigate the veracity and implications of the allegations made by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, including the allegedly unlawful decision by the Police Minister, Mr. Senzo Mchunu, to disband the political killings task team, the alleged unlawful removal of 121 case dockets from the political killing task team on the direction of the Deputy National Commissioner, Shadrack Spear, the alleged moratorium by Minister Mchunu on filling vacancies within the South African Police Services Crime Intelligence Unit, the nature and the implications of the relationship between the senior leadership in the police and certain members of the public, whether the award of 360 million contract to Mr. Vusumuzi Matlala's company for the provision of healthcare services to SABS was irregular, and the alleged interference by the Investigative Directorate Against Crime in police matters, including jurisdictional issues. Consider the need for the legislative, policy and institutional reform to restore public confidence in the criminal justice system. Have regard to the deliberations of the portfolio committees on police and justice and constitutional development as contained in the report, in the joint report referred to in paragraph 3 above. Exercise those powers in Rule 167 that may assist it in carrying out its tasks. consists of 11 members as follows: 4 members from the African National Congress, 2 members from the Democratic Alliance, 2 members from the MK Party, 1 member from the Economic Freedom Fighters, and other parties 2 representatives to be recommended, and report to the National Assembly by not later than the 31st of October 2025. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Chief Whip. Honourable members, we have a motion as introduced by the Chief Whip of the largest party for consideration. I now put this motion. Are there any objections? No objections? Agreed to. Honourable members, I request you to stand and wait for the presiding officer and the mace to leave the chamber. That concludes the business for the day. The House is adjourned.